objectives. After studying the material of this unit, you will be able to understand about communication, relate communication with business organization, identify the barriers in communication, describe communication as a transactional process, use communication as vehicle for the smooth working in organization and understand the system of management, study communication and its implications for understanding human behavior in business settings. What is communication? Communication is an art of expressing ideas, especially in speech and writing. It is not just telling something to people. Telling is a one-way process. You can tell somebody something, but he may not be listening. Even if he is listening, he may not understand you. Even if he understands you, he may not reply or give any indication that he has understood. In such cases, you have told but have not communicated. We can perhaps reveal the difference between telling and communication by looking at some simple diagrams. This diagram illustrates telling. It shows one person, the sender, transmitting a message to another, the target. However, the target of your message may not even notice it, let alone receive it. And if he does notice it, he may choose not to pay attention to it. In some books, you may see diagrams like this with T replaced by R for receiver. As the sender, you will, of course, do what you can to turn your target into a receiver. If you are to know whether and how well your message has been received, you will need feedback. Your target may repeat your message or make some comment on it, either in speech or in writing. Now that feedback has come into the picture, we'll be justified in replacing T for target with R for receiver. This might be called partial communication. In many situations, this partial communication is sufficient. In other situations, however, this will not seem enough, either to you, your receiver, or both. Very often, the feedback to your initial message will go beyond simply acknowledging it. It will contain so much of the receiver's ideas and feelings that it becomes a message in its own. The receiver has become the sender, and sender becomes the target. This is full communication. You and the person you are communicating will have alternate roles. So, activities that are normally all lumped together under the name communication rarely cover quite a range. At one extreme is telling, where you express some idea or feeling but get no feedback that might tell you whether or to what extent it has been received. Then, with partial communication, you will get some feedback but only sufficient to allow you to check how accurately your message has been conveyed. Finally, with full communication, you not only get feedback about your own message, but you also receive messages from the other person. Defining communication. Communication is a vital ingredient in all human interactions. It is through communication that thoughts, ideas, feelings and emotions are transmitted among people. Experts define communication in different ways. The social scientist defines communication as frequent exchange of information. Business managers stress on the importance of corporate goals and objectives. The word communication stems from the Latin word communicare, meaning to share, to have in common. Murphy presents communication in these ways. Communication is exchange of information. Communication is a mutual exchange of facts, thoughts, opinions, or emotions. This requires presentation and reception, resulting in common understanding among all parties. Communication is any behavior that results in an exchange of meanings. Communication, a two-way process of transferring thoughts and ideas from one mind to another mind. To sum up, we may conclude that communication is a purposeful activity through which messages are transmitted from one person to another through a language common to both. The communication process. Over the years, a communication model with 9 elements has evolved that are shown in the figure. 2 elements represent the major parties in communication, sender and receiver. Another 2 represent the major communication tools, message and media. 4 represent major communication functions, encoding, decoding, response and feedback. The last element represents noise in the system. These elements are defined as sender, the party sending the message to another party. Encoding, the process of putting thought into symbolic form. Message, the set of symbols that the sender transmits. Media, the communication channels through which the message moves from sender to receiver. Decoding, the process by which the receiver assigns meaning to the symbols transmitted by the sender. Receiver, the party receiving the message sent by another party, also called the audience or destination. Response, the set of reactions that the receiver has after being exposed to the message. Feedback, the part of the receiver's response that the receiver communicates back to the sender. Noise, unplanned static distortion during the communication process, resulting in the receivers receiving a different message than the sender sent. Importance of communication in business. The importance of effective communication in business cannot be overemphasized. No business firm can succeed, build up goodwill, and win customers without effective communication system in its possession. Here, the term effective means that the message must be able to reach and influence the reader, listener, get a positive response and a favorable action. For this, a business communicator must have command over the language, deep perception of human nature, and an understanding of human psychology, correct in expression and persuasive in manner and style. Effective communication helps to propose, to expose, and to circulate new ideas, new methods, and new techniques. In fact, effective communication is the bedrock of good and pleasant relationship between the seniors and subordinates and between buyers and sellers. Effective communication helps in all-round coordination, cooperation, and efficient control. So communication is essential for the progress and promotion of business as well as the progress and promotion of individual business people. Communication as a lifeblood in business. In today's world, business is more complex as compared with that in the past. Business organizations have grown large. Therefore, there is increased role of communication in today's business life. Business organizations need communication both within and outside the organization. Communication within organization. A vital means of attending to company concerns is through effective communication within organization, downward, upward, and horizontal. When workers receive appropriate downward communication from management, they can be better motivated and more efficient. They are concerned about employee benefits, healthcare, insurance, promotion, pensions, retirement, and so on. Employers who communicate effectively have more productive employees. In upward communication, many executives sincerely seek frank comments from employees. Successful managers listen closely to opinions, complaints, problems, and suggestions when these are clearly and effectively stated. The horizontal communication is used by the persons within the same tier of management. Workers use horizontal communication to share their views and express their feelings for each other. Business managers at different levels use this horizontal communication to express or seek information and to share their knowledge, experience, and feelings within their level of management. Communication barrier. However hard a communicator may try, some problem occurs in business as a result of miscommunication, which again is the outcome of certain communication barriers that exist between the sender and recipient. These barriers are often responsible for a message not being understood correctly or distorted in meaning. Some of the communication barriers are language. Right selection of words is essential for effective communication. Some words have a variety of meanings. There are many technical terms used by people in their respective fields. These factors may cause misunderstanding, and a recipient may fail to extract the meaning intended by the sender of the message. Listening. It plays an important role in making communication effective. Listening is an art which demands proper concentration and full attention. Effective listening may cause miscommunication. Distortion, omission of information. Obviously, when the receiver does not get the necessary information, there cannot be positive response. Prejudice, prejudgment. If one's mind is prejudiced, one is sure to get the message as one wants it to be, and not as the sender has intended it to be. Very often, background knowledge, experience, and prejudgment influence the receiver's understanding. Distance. Communication becomes impersonal when it is addressed to a person located at a distance, as it reduces the quantity of communication between two locations. So is the case with letters, telegrams, or telex. This reduction in the duration of communication causes problems of understanding the message. Media. Following are the four media of communication. 1. Speech. 2. Written message. 3. Gestures. 4. Expressions. Gestures are the expressions of face or hands or any other parts of your body to communicate your feelings about something. For example, if you want to appreciate the work of someone, you pat his shoulder and say, "Good." Good is an expression of your happiness over something you like. In communication, therefore, the selection of right media is very essential to convey meanings to others. Interruptions cause serious problems in communication even when the communicator and the audience are fully well identified. The factors that cause interruption are visitors, telephone, objects, personal factors. All these communication barriers can be overcome or at least minimized if both the sender and receiver observe the principles of effective communication. This checklist is very useful for effective communication. Think clearly, attentive listening, select suitable media, appropriate timing, use suitable language, obtain feedback. Types of communication. There are basically 5 types of communication, that is, methods of conveying information: oral, written, non-verbal, visual and mechanical, and audiovisual. Oral communication. Oral communication can be carried out through conversation. Conversation may be carried out in various ways through personal contact, for example, at interviews, training courses, joint consultations, meetings, conferences, seminars, workshops, symposia, etc. In order for one to be able to communicate orally effectively, the speaker should be polite, courteous, precise, relevant to the point, interesting to the listener, meaningful, that is, understandable, etc. Written communication. This can take several forms via letter, circular, report, minutes of meetings, journals, procedure manuals, etc. Correspondence. Written communication can be in the form of letters, formal, official, business or informal, personal or friendly. Reports. Although there are various types and styles of reports, the basic function of a report is to convey some conclusion based on facts which have been researched, investigated. Bulletins, notices, staff magazines. All these relate to printed information meant for internal communication, that is, within the organization. Minutes. Minutes are brief and concise records for the proceedings of the meeting. They are of various types. This refers to the presentation of information by the use of diagrams, graphs, charts, pictures, signs, symbols, etc., within or without the use of words. These are some of the charts and graphs used for visual presentation. Tables. Tables are one of the most common forms of quantitative data presentation. They give information in rows and columns. line graphs. Line graphs are used to show comparisons or indicate trends. Two or more items may be shown on the same graph by using lines of different color. Bar graphs. Bar graphs may be displayed vertically or horizontally and can be made up of single or multiple bars. They are useful in showing comparisons. Gantt charts. A Gantt chart is used to show the comparison between work which has been scheduled and work which has actually been accomplished in relation to time. In this example, a heavy line represents completed work and thin line represents scheduled work. Pie charts. A pie or circle chart positions a whole into its parts and provides an image of the parts' whole relationship. Pictograms. Some type of data may be presented in pictograms as in horizontal or vertical bar graphs. The main difference is that in the pictogram, instead of using lines to outline the bar rectangles, one can insert simple small pictures that represent data. Nonverbal communication. Nonverbal communication is all messages not coded in words. Distinction between verbal and nonverbal communication is that verbal behavior is organized by language system, whereas nonverbal behavior is not. Porter has defined nonverbal communication in 4 rather broad ways. Physical, which covers the personal method, for example, facial expressions, tone of voices, sense of touch, sense of smell, and body motions. Aesthetic, which we find in creative expressions such as instrumental music, dance, painting, and sculpture. Signs, which cover mechanical methods of conveying a message such as signal flags, the 21-gun salute, horns, and sirens. Symbolic include those methods of conveying a message by status or ego-building symbols. Mechanical communication. By mechanical means, written messages are fed at one point or prepared at one point and reproduced at another. The most common mechanical means of communication are teleprinters. These are mechanical devices fitted with typewriter keyboard and connected by telegraph wire to similar machines at a distance. Telex. A telex machine is a type of teleprinter but connected to a post office telex exchange on which calls can be made to any other telex subscriber in Pakistan or overseas. Fax telegraphy. This is a means of transmitting written message, although pre-typed messages can also be transmitted. It is a post office service which enables the transmission of written information like drawings, diagrams, maps, etc. in the exact form. Staff location systems. Often useful for contacting important executives immediately whenever there is a need. There are 4 main methods of doing this: loudspeaker system, light signals, radio call system, television. Unit number 2. Unit Overview. Dear students, in the previous unit, you have learned about the concept and importance of communication. Now, in this unit, we would introduce to you the concept of culture and an intercultural communication model. Also in this unit, we would give a detailed description of national cultural variables and individual cultural variables. We would explain the business communication and legal issues in this unit. Objectives. After reading this unit, you will be able to understand background of intercultural communication, learn the concept of culture, understand an intercultural communication model, know about national and individual cultural variables and their role in effective business communication, understand ethical issues arising in communication context, know about legal concerns in business communication. Business communication and the global context. In the business world, the term globalization is well known. Globalization means that for a company to survive, it must establish markets not only in its own country but also in many foreign countries. The employees and you, as a potential international communicator, must understand other cultures and variables. So, you must be aware of your own country's ethnic diversity in order to communicate effectively with global companies. 3 fundamental topics as a basis for communicating effectively with people from other countries are discussed here. Background to intercultural communication. Communication with persons from other countries is not easy. Throughout the world, there is large mix of nationalities and peoples. Central to improving and understanding one another is communication training, as stated in this statement by a scholar. Stress is placed upon the concept of background, which we believe is necessary to the understanding of total communication process. By background, we mean those aspects that can aid effective communication: language, culture, status, education, and age. Each person, each country has its own written and unwritten rules of behavior. It is more comfortable to work with persons of your own culture, language, and communication. But international communication demands work with many foreign countries and people. Let us begin by looking at culture. Intercultural communication. Intercultural communication is the circumstances in which people from diverse cultural backgrounds are engaged in communication. Intercultural communication has 2 major points of contact: international and domestic. International contacts are those that exist between people from different countries and culture. Cultural differences between Pakistan and Europe, for instance, are easy to discuss. Also important for you to understand is that within each culture there are numerous co-cultures and specialized cultures. These provide the opportunity for domestic points of intercultural contact. In this situation, we are referring to communication between people of diverse cultural backgrounds that live within a societal group. This includes communication involving such diverse co-cultures as African Americans, Asian Americans, and Native Americans. An intercultural model. In the connection of background to intercultural communication, we assert that all of us are more comfortable with familiar people and surroundings. As a basis for understanding that assertion, look at these figures. Examine carefully the exact center of petals. Directly in the middle are located basic human characteristics common to all of us. A doctor in Stockholm, Sweden, understands the working of human body of an American, Malaysian, or Russian. Note that in Figure 1, countries 1 and 2 have a major cultural overlap. That is, people of those two countries might speak English, dress in a similar fashion, and use common form of address, all in addition to basic core areas of agreement. Countries 3 and 4 have the same core value but have less commonality with the other two countries. Thus, at the international level, you probably would be more comfortable working in countries 1 and 2 than in countries 3 and 4. Look at the end of each petal. All 4 countries in Figure 1 would have major differences. Religions might be different, as could be values, beliefs, attitudes, and verbal and non-verbal means of communication. In Figure 2, countries 1, 2, and 4 are highly similar, each to a high degree overlaps the other. Thus, it may be that Christianity is the dominant religion, the language is the same, letter sizes are identical, formality in dress dominates, cars drive on the same side of road, even first names are used often. Again note in Figure 2, what does the configuration of country 3 suggest? A quick inference is that the country has little in common with the other 3. As one moves outward from a core sameness, each culture represented by the petals begins to change. National cultural variables. In a communication model, message sender and the receiver are both affected by external and internal stimuli. When communicating with business people in a foreign country, you must realize that overall national and individual cultural differences within the cultures further affect those stimuli. Some national cultural variables that communicators must face when working with foreign receivers are education, laws and regulations, economics, politics, social norms, language. Education. One of the conclusions students draw from visiting companies in other countries is that many managers in foreign factories are not very well educated. For example, if your future work takes you to Asia, you will find that most Asian and Chinese managers have had a less formal education than you. A quick assumption might be that Asians are less interested in education. Laws and regulations. In both the developed and developing nations, various government regulations affect business communications and the sale of products. For example, advertising directed at children is restricted in the United States, Canada, and Scandinavia. The type of product to be advertised, for instance, cigarettes, are restricted in Europe. Also, money spent on advertising is limited. Other countries, such as France, Mexico, also have a restriction on the use of foreign languages in advertisements. Business communication and the ethical context. In this section, we will learn about ethical issues arising in communication contexts, especially some ethical contexts affecting communication, how your personal ethics were formed and continued to be influenced, and ethical motives in your personal, cross-cultural and advertising messages. Sometimes, ethical issues are complex and challenging. Let us see this statement. A Chinese manager of a luxury hotel in Beijing could not find his watch and expensive pen that had been given to him as gifts. He went through the desk drawers of his subordinates looking for the missing items. A lower-level manager observed this behavior and called it unethical. Was the Chinese manager's behavior unethical? This question is not easily answered, so we can say ethical issues are complex and challenging. Ethics as a communication issue. We communicate our values and beliefs to others via verbal and non-verbal behavior. We are defined in the eyes of others according to the way we behave. It follows then that we have a responsibility to act in ways that promote honesty and fairness to maximize the personal worth of each person in the organization. We also need to communicate to others the importance and necessity of good ethics. Everywhere in the world or in every field of life, ethical people speak out when something is wrong. Often we know what is right, but we lack the impact or collective feeling that reinforces our acting ethically in the face of other choices. Observing other people and making the right choices inspires us and supports others to do the same. Influences on personal ethics. Everyone, young students, older teachers, makes ethical decisions. Have you returned everything you found? Have you kept information from someone who would also benefit from the knowledge? Were you quiet when you were aware that facts were omitted? Reflect for a moment. How did you react to the above questions? What influenced your final decision? Your personal ethics are shaped by 5 major influences. Number 1, influential people in your life, family, close friends, or a role model. Number 2, cultural norms. Number 3, philosophical positions. Number 4, local, state, and federal laws that govern individual behavior. And number 5, your personal religious views. Legal aspects of business communication. There is great truth in the saying that the wounds caused by words are deeper than the wounds caused by swords. In short, words are used to achieve a desired result, a positive outcome. A business communicator promotes business interest through appropriate business message. He or she has to show integrity, sincerity, and enthusiasm. While doing these, one must not exceed the limit of the law. In every country and society, there are laws regarding business activities. A business communicator must take care not to get involved in any legal complications. He or she must not violate any law of the land through business message. For a business firm, lawsuits are always wastage of time, money, and energy. A knowledge of these legal aspects can be of great help both for sender and receiver of a business message. Defamation. It may be defined as the unconsented, unprivileged publication of a false idea or statement which causes harm to the character, reputation, interest of the person concerned. A defamatory statement brings the defamed person into ridicule, hatred, or contempt of society and harms his interests. Note that a key element in defamation is making certain information public. That statement leads to understanding two legal terms, publication and privilege. We discussed the two terms. Publication. It means a defamatory statement coming into the knowledge of a third person or party other than the defamed one. Therefore, a letter containing negative statements or ideas about a person should be addressed to him directly in a sealed envelope marked confidential or private. Such messages should not be dictated to steno or sent through fax or telex. Privilege. There are two types of privileges: absolute privilege, conditional or limited privilege. Absolute privilege is possible in three circumstances: judicial proceeding, legislative proceedings, and the actions of important government officials. Legislative proceeding. During the session of Parliament, Senate or National Assembly in our country, any defamatory statement may be made about anyone without bringing the law of defamation into operation. Judicial proceedings. During the proceedings of judiciary, the judge, the attorney, the witnesses may make any defamatory statement. Similarly, acts of some government officials are exempted from the law of defamation. Conditional or qualified privilege. A business communicator cannot claim about privilege. The only privilege he enjoys is limited or conditional. Sometimes the interest of a person or party demands that information should not be withheld for fear of defamation. Conditional privilege can be used in good faith, in certain situations in the interest of the participants or society, without the fear of lawsuit. Types of defamation. Defamation may be of two types. Oral defamation is known as slander, and written defamation is called libel. In legal language, obviously, libel is of more serious nature because there is documentary evidence that a defamatory statement has been made. Here is a list of some defamatory terms which a business communicator should always avoid: addict, bankrupt, corrupt, crook, cheater, fraud, forger, fake, hypocrite, impostor, juggler, kickbacks, Machiavelli, profiteer, quack, racketeer, swindler, thief, and worthless. Fraud. Fraud ordinarily means an act of deceiving or cheating someone, taking material advantage by unfair means. Fraud may be defined as intentional misrepresentation of a material fact by a party to the contract, which is relied upon by second party and which causes injury to the interest of the latter. Elements of fraud are false representation of facts done intentionally, a misrepresentation of intention, knowledge that the false statement would deceive. The deceived person actually suffers loss. Hiding a defect, creating false impression by silence is also considered an act of fraud. To avoid the elements of fraud, a business communicator must take extra care, particularly in sending sales message. Invasion of privacy. Interference in someone's private life or affairs is invasion of privacy. It may be defined as unconsented, unprivileged intrusion into the private life of an individual. Invasion of privacy may take place without publication. It is a trespass. In business communication, invasion of privacy includes the use of a person's name, photograph, identity, letters and reports without permission. Modern technology has increased the opportunity of violating the right to privacy. Electronic devices are used to find out the secrets of rival firms. All these activities are illegal. Some other areas of concern. Apart from these cases, there are some other areas of concern. Warranties. The seller undertakes some obligations about the nature or quality of goods. Guarantees or warranties may be expressed or implied. A business communicator should never offer fake guarantees which may amount to fraud. Prevailing laws about copyright, postal services, solicitation of business, lottery, etc. Care should be taken in all business communication not to violate these laws. Dear learners, it may be concluded that in business, right use of language helps to earn money and to promote business, but if the legal aspects of language are not taken into consideration, serious legal complications may arise and one may suffer loss of money as well as loss of business. In this unit, we shall discuss methods, tools of modern technology that have changed the oldest carbon system and environment of business. Now, all companies must take into consideration the current access of information and realize that nothing will go unnoticed. Because of the growth in organizations, companies must be concerned not only with how things are, but also how they will appear. Effective communication is your key to dealing with these issues. Objectives. After studying this unit, you will be able to understand the use of modern technology, acquire the history of technology, define the management information inside and outside the organization, explain the use of new technologies like internet, email, faxes, and so on. Manage the crisis in communication. Managing information within and outside organization. Because of rapidly changing technological developments, business managers now have to know something about information technology in order to manage it as effectively as they manage people and products. In the beginning of information explosion, this was not true. Technical specialists and consultants handled all the necessary details and problems. But with the changes brought about by personal computers and individual access to information anywhere in the world, information technology is now everyone's business. As future business leaders, you will need to understand and manage the transitions in business operations. According to some researchers, the problem is not very technical since the technology itself has become increasingly easier to use, but rather organizational because new structures must be set up to manage information in a world forever changed by it. Those of you who can enter the global marketplace with knowledge of information technology and an ability to manage changes will be successful business leaders of the 21st century. Managing information inside and outside organizations has become one of the major concerns of business. Today, businesses face many challenges in handling new technologies, in managing their information for greatest productivity inside the organization, and in communications with the media outside. Email and internet will continue to grow in use and in utility as new ways of exchanging information. Other communication technologies like voicemail, groupware, CD-ROM databases, teleconferencing, and faxes are also used by business organizations for managing information within the organization. These communication technologies are discussed in detail in this unit. Managing information outside the organization means how to deal with the news media, how to create tools for managing corporate news, and how to control public company crises. History and role of technological developments. 19th century developments such as the telegraph and telephone marked the beginning of the rapid growth in information technology. In 1960s, some companies became attracted to computer technology to handle data processing. Computers used by these companies were huge mainframes. Programming had to be done from scratch because there was no packaged software, and computer programmers were often people with no expertise in business owned the technology. By 1970s, more people had computer terminals that had access to central information on large mainframes. Some packaged software was developed. However, computers were expensive and costs rose as companies without clear needs for them were persuaded to invest in information technology. Transformation of telecommunications in the 1980s with the development of fiber optics, local area networks, and satellite technology, along with more powerful computers, facilitated the growth of information technology in organizations. Organizations now have laptop computers, desktop publishing capabilities, electronic spreadsheets, and word processing programs to gather, store, and communicate information. In this global world, the role of new technology in business communication is very vast. In business, the new technology helps and supports the business fields. The businessmen save time, money, and spade work through new technology. It means that by incurring less cost, more information can be sent or received in no time. New technologies such as email, voicemail, internet, groupware, CD-ROM, databases, teleconferences, faxes, and telexes helps managing information within the organizations as well as outside the organizations. Now, we explain the role of each new technology in business communication today. Internet. Internet is a large group of computer networks connecting individuals and groups to services and information throughout the world. It started as a tool to let the scientists and researchers share expensive computer resources. In the last several years, the Internet has grown into something far larger, more diverse, and more unpredictable. It connects government, the military, educational institutions, companies and individuals to services and information throughout the world. The Internet was intended to be used for academic and research purposes. However, about 63% of the networks worldwide are registered to corporations whose primary use is electronic mail. The Internet is growing phenomenally with about 150,000 new members joining each month. To help you understand how an Internet connection facilitates research by college faculty, consider this scenario. With an Internet connection and the Internet address of other users, you can collaborate with students in your class or other universities in a similar way. Accessing the vast amount of information on the internet and sending electronic mail messages and computer files to students involved in a class project will speed up research time and provide timely, relevant information that should lead to a better project. Online library catalogs and other databases. Many libraries now provide online databases of their card catalogs and indexed material. Rather than searching laboriously through card catalog drawers or individual indexes, you can conduct an electronic search using terminals in the library or in computer labs on campus. If the library permits, you may also connect with the library database from your computer at home or some other location using communications software and a modem. Online information services. People use online services for two basic purposes: to communicate with others and to obtain information. The communication aspect involves sending electronic messages and computer files across the world, participating in discussion groups or forums to get answers to questions and to benefit generally from the information generated by a group interested in a specific interest, or browsing occasionally through the network news generated by other discussion groups to read the latest discussions in these areas. The quest for information involves downloading software available on the service, accessing vast amounts of information from a wide range of sources. Using a modem, the appropriate communication software, and an assigned password, you can obtain information from around the world by subscribing to the internet or a commercial online service. Commercial online information services. Private information services are another means for accessing business information quickly and relatively inexpensively. The 5 major national commercial information services are: all of these networks share a monthly fee for basic services and may add hourly charges for other services. Some charge for each electronic mail message. The information services contain information on general news, stocks, financial markets, sports, travel, weather, and a variety of publications. Some allow you to retrieve the full text. An online encyclopedia is a standard service. One service updates its encyclopedia quarterly to keep it current. A clipping service that finds all articles on a specific topic from the various news services is Graphs on personal computers. Graphic design principles. Type, design, and graphics introduce new considerations that were once the concern of only graphic artists or typesetters. Desktop publishing puts a very useful tool in the hands of the untrained user. Unfortunately, the results often show the lack of training. By following some simple principles of design, however, the budding desktop publisher can effectively use the tools at his or her disposal. Keep it simple. The more variety included on a page, the more difficulty the reader will have in following the message. Restricting the document to no more than 2 or 3 typefaces and just a few special effects is often the best approach. Keep it consistent. Treat comparable elements in the same way. All the headlines in a newsletter with 5 articles should be in the same typeface and style. Save special treatments for material that is special. Let form follow function. A document should be styled in such a way that it looks like what it is. A purchase order need not be elegant. The menu of an expensive restaurant should look more dignified than the price list of a dry cleaning service. Email and other technologies for communication. Computers have added another kind of communication to the practice of business electronic communications. You have already seen that a modem can link someone with a personal computer to a large database, allowing the computer user to access important and up-to-date information such as stock and bond prices. Computerized communications can also link individuals in other ways. Electronic mail. Offices use a number of traditional methods for sending a document depending on the time constraints and the cost of the method. Postal services can be relied on for 2 to 4 day delivery or overnight service within the country. Many private carriers provide overnight or second day service. For messages that must be sent faster than those methods can manage, electronic mail is used. Electronic mail, or email as it is often called, is most commonly defined as person-to-person communication in which the transmission and receipt of the message takes place through a computer. Electronic mail can be used to distribute memos, reports and documents without sending them through the mail room. Email helps solve the problem of telephone tag. Approximately 70% of business telephone callers do not reach the person they called on the first try. With electronic mail, the caller simply keys in a message and sends it to an electronic mailbox. Receivers are notified that a message awaits them and they respond to the caller as soon as the message is read. When it is delivered and read quickly, electronic mail can be almost as convenient and articulate as a personal conversation. Email systems that operate on a company's existing computer system are relatively inexpensive. When a single message is sent to several recipients, the savings are even greater compared with the cost of traditional communication methods. For example, suppose the Vice President of Production must inform 6 regional sales managers located in offices across the country that they must postpone sales of a particular model immediately because of complaints of defective workmanship. Obviously, timely delivery is a critical factor because the purpose of the message is to prevent the shipment of any more orders. Mail service is too slow and the telephone system is inconvenient because the regional offices are located within several time zones. In fact, some offices have already closed for the day. Email is the appropriate medium for this message. With only a few keystrokes, the Vice President sends one electronic message that reaches all managers instantly. Voicemail. Voicemail records messages on a computer disk. The message is then delivered to the person or list of persons you are calling. Recipients can retrieve messages when they return to the office or dial in from remote locations to listen to their messages. Facsimile machine. A facsimile machine or a fax is a flexible and inexpensive form of electronic mail. A fax machine reads the document that has been inserted into the machine and transmits the document, text, pictures and graphics over telephone lines to another fax machine that receives the message and prepares a printed copy of the document. Because increasing numbers of companies of all sizes are using fax machines, entrepreneurs are putting fax machines that take credit cards into airport lounges, hotel lobbies and convention centers. To use them, you simply insert your credit card in the machine, dial the number you want to reach, and send your document. The advantage of fax transmission is speed. For example, a high-speed fax machine can transmit a page in about 20 seconds. Improved machines offer print quality comparable to that of a copy machine. In addition, fax machines are easy to operate. Because they can be programmed, the cost of transmission can be cut by sending a message in evening hours to take advantage of lower telephone rates. Sending faxes also facilitates communicating with people in different time zones. Telecommuting. Telecommuting allows individuals to work in their homes and use electronic mail to transmit work from their homes to the office. The major advantages of telecommuting are the reduced time and expense of commuting and the increased flexibility of working hours. Rather than spending 2 to 3 hours a day commuting to work in an urban area, employees use a modem, telephone lines and a remote workstation to transmit their work electronically. Memos, reports, even entire books can be transmitted in this way. In addition, Practitioners from various disciplines are using modems and telephone lines to transmit information quickly and cost-effectively. For example, accountants transmit income tax returns to the Internal Revenue Service. Private investors transmit investment transactions to stockbrokers. Sales representatives calling on customers in remote locations transmit orders to the Home Office to facilitate quick delivery and foster good customer relations. Professionals working away from their offices, for example, in clients' offices or other remote sites, transmit information back to their offices. For instance, an engineer transmits detailed production information so that personnel in the home office can begin analyzing the data. Auditors transmit financial information collected while working in clients' offices to expedite completion of the final audit report. Transmitting information and computing from remote locations have become more prevalent because of the availability of laptop and notebook computers. Laptops, which are about the size of a large book, and smaller notebook computers give professionals access to computing power regardless of where they are, hotel room, airplane, taxi, or client's office. These portable systems are battery operated and generally contain secondary storage, a floppy disk drive, a hard disk drive or both, a screen and a keyboard. Managers use portable computers for two major reasons. One, to make every minute of a busy schedule count, and two, to generate and communicate up-to-the-minute information without returning to their desktop computers. Cellular telephones. Cellular telephones, often called mobile phones, are cellular radios that transmit messages over airwaves. Cellular telephones are a powerful communication tool, especially for managers who are on the move and must stay in immediate reach of the home office at all times. The increased productivity resulting from the more efficient use of time justifies the use of cellular service. Cellular telephones also help managers stay in closer contact with co-workers and with current and prospective clients and customers. Quick, courteous responses build strong interpersonal relations, which in turn lead to increased employee commitment and an edge over competitors. As cellular service expands to reach remote areas as well as urban areas, cellular telephones will soon become a standard business tool. Electronic meetings. Teleconferences and video conferences are alternatives to face-to-face meetings that allow several people at different locations to communicate electronically. These electronic conferences can eliminate or reduce the high costs of face-to-face meetings, travel, hotels, food, and time lost in transit. Teleconferences. Two-way electronic communication between two or more groups or three or more individuals who are in separate locations includes group communication via audio, audiographs, video, and computer systems. A telephone conference call in which several people in different geographic locations are on the same line at the same time is an example of teleconferencing. Teleconferences facilitate decision-making because in any decision, all are involved in the discussion. Video conferences. The video conference takes advantage of all media. Audio, graphics, and video speakers provide the audio feedback. Facsimile devices send graphics, and cameras transmit the video portion of the conference in a specially equipped room. Participants engage in group discussions while observing one another's facial expressions and gestures. Some personal computer companies have introduced inexpensive personal desktop video conferencing systems that allow users to hold electronic meetings and share and annotate files and images across existing local area networks and telephone lines in real time. Desktop video conferencing restores the non-verbal elements of interpersonal communication that are lost over the telephone and is more personal than a disembodied voice at the other end of a telephone line. Using collaborative software with the desktop technology, users in remote locations can see each other as they work together on computer files, share text files, graphics and images at the same time. For example, an engineer in one location can share design diagrams with a marketing associate at a distant site, allowing the two to collaborate on the design without traveling. An ad agency and the client make changes on proposed ads. A doctor sends an X-ray to a remote expert, gets an option, and saves lives. As the cost of video conferencing capability declines, electronic meetings will become a common communication medium. Oral communication, especially within small groups, will be critical to interacting effectively in this environment. Guidelines for communicating electronically. Electronic communication, including voicemail, is a handy way to communicate quickly and conveniently with another worker or with a database. Problems can arise if the system is used inappropriately or if messages are too long or poorly organized. The following guidelines will help you use electronic communication effectively. Send messages on electronic systems that are related to business. Keep the message highly professional, giving the caller a clear indication of when you will return the call. Do not flood the system with junk mail. If the system is clogged with unnecessary messages that the receiver feels compelled to answer, productivity will be lost, not gained. Be conscientious in checking and responding to electronic messages to avoid missing important information needed to complete your assignments. Remember, you are responsible for the content of an email message. If a person denies commitments made via email, someone involved may produce a printed copy of the email message in question as verification. Read each message very carefully before you send it. Avoid sending confidential information because the security of email is low compared with other media. Decide whether the electronic system is an appropriate channel for your message. These systems are intended for information typically sent through printed memos, not for formal communication such as performance appraisals or disciplinary action. Organize your message carefully, just as you would a traditionally prepared message. For example, describe the nature and purpose of an upcoming meeting before giving the specifics, date, place, time. Avoid lengthy, detailed information. Lengthy messages are likely to become distorted and thus cause costly delays and mistakes. Changing the organizational structure. Communication technology has loosened the strings that bind the traditional company together. In many firms, it is no longer necessary for co-workers or even entire departments to be in a single location. Telecommuting lets people work where it is more convenient for them, whether at home, in a suburban satellite office, or on the road. Improving profits. Communication technology can boost profits directly because it costs less for people to produce and distribute messages and documents. It can improve profits indirectly by making a company more competitive, say by searching databases to uncover a new market opportunity. Isolating people with no access to technology. Businesses and individuals who don't have email, faxes, or other technological tools tend to be left out of the communication flow. This presents a challenge to young people who lack experience with communication technology but who are applying for jobs that require some knowledge of it. Increasing the pressure to perform. Email, faxes, and other technologies that spend up and extend the reach of business communication can increase the pressure on those people who use them. From home computers to car phones to portable fax machines, technology can make it easy to feel that you're always plugged in and that you are expected to respond instantly to every message that comes in, whether you're at home, on a business trip, or on action. Legal and ethical implications of technology. Computer technology, like any other invention, has the potential to exalt or debase the people who use it. However, it is our responsibility to ensure that information technology and the information it handles are used to enhance the dignity of mankind. This discussion will focus on issues related to privacy and accessibility, property rights, and accuracy. Privacy and accessibility. Technology threatens our privacy, our right to be left alone, free from surveillance or interference from other individuals or organizations. Common invasions of privacy caused by technology include collecting excessive amounts of information for decision-making, maintaining too many files, monitoring the exact time employees spend on a specific task, and supervisors or co-workers reading other employees' electronic mail and computer files. Although an individual may have authorized the collection of the individual information, merging the information may reveal things the individual may want to remain private. Fair Information Practices Principles. Fair Information Practices, FIP, form the basis of 13 federal statutes, ensure the security and integrity of personal information collected by governmental and private agencies. Look at these principles carefully. There should be no personal record systems whose existence is secret. Individuals have rights of access, inspection, review, and amendment to systems that contain information about them. There must be no use of personal information for purposes other than those for which it was gathered without prior consent. Managers of systems are responsible and can be held accountable and liable for the damage done by systems and for their reliability and security. Governments have the right to intervene in the information relationships among private parties. Despite this federal legislation and state laws passed to enhance and strengthen it, most Americans feel they have less privacy today than ever. As one example, consider the privacy of email messages. Many firms claim they have the right to monitor the electronic mail of their employees because they own the facilities and intend them to be used for job-related communication only. On the other hand, employees expect that their email messages would be kept private. However, the Electronic Communications Privacy Act, ECPA, of 1986 favors employers. Employers may read their employees' mail as long as the monitoring is done in the ordinary course of the employer's business. Communication monitoring is permissible with the express or implied consent of one of the parties to the conversation. As you collect and access information, adopt the following ethical practices. Collect only information that is needed as opposed to what you would like to know. Develop and use safeguards for the security of information and instill in data handlers the values of privacy and the importance of confidentiality. Require employees to use passwords to gain access to the system and enforce routine changes of passwords on a periodic basis. Also, provide guidance in assigning a password that cannot be easily broken. Unit number 4. Unit Overview. Written communication is the most widely practiced form in the business world. All commercial and industrial organizations rely on written communication. Various types of letters, memos, and reports are used to transmit information, to present sales appeals, make and follow up inquiries, demand payment, send goodwill messages, and present research work and its results. Actually, success in business depends on effective written communication skill. Objectives. After studying this unit, you will be able to explain the nature and importance of written communication, essential qualities of business writer, various thinking steps before writing, and principles of written communication. Importance. Written communication depends on how effective it is to bring the desired result. If the writer succeeds in influencing, persuading, and creating confidence in the reader and in eliciting positive response, it is of great value for the company. He or she can preserve reputation, promote business, and increase profit. An expert in the art of writing business messages can rise to any height in his or her career as a business executive. The writer must plan the message, arrange the ideas, and write clearly and concisely. Effective written communication within an organization motivates or encourages employees and makes them efficient. Externally, effective written messages promote goodwill, establish reputation, create understanding with customers, suppliers, and other relevant people, save time and money. The ultimate success of a company depends on the letters, reports, telex, and faxes that it sends out. Characteristics of written communication. The written communication is preferred over the oral communication when the message is long, technical, or formal in nature, and when the message must be documented. The characteristics of written communication are described in comparison with oral communication here. Written. Number 1. Delayed feedback. Oral. Immediate feedback. Number 2. Longer sentences, longer words. Shorter sentences, shorter words. Number 3. More formal, conversational. Number 4. Focus on contents. Focus on interpersonal relations. Number 5. Delayed action. Prompt action. Number 6. More detailed technical information. Less detailed technical information. Number 7. Fewer personal pronouns. More personal pronouns. Number 8. More complex constructions. More colloquial language. Number 9. Useful for permanent records, detailed documentation. Simpler constructions. And number 10. Possibility of review, more imperative, interrogative, and exclamatory sentences. Ingredients of effective communication. We must realize that effective communication impacts our business and personal success more than any other factor. Communication, in one form or another, permeates all that we do. Whether it's internal to employees or external to customers, our ability to communicate effectively determines the results. Words, actions, and body language have a powerful impact, good or bad, on those with whom we communicate. If we look back in history and examine the characteristics of great world leaders, we find one common trait among all: effective communicators. You may not want to be among the world's great leaders, but you can greatly enhance your success by becoming an effective communicator. All it takes is a focus on your communication skills. With the right mindset, you can acquire the skills by a commitment to working on developing the necessary skills. As a beginning, let's explore the foundational elements that will have an immediate impact on your success. 3 M's of effective communication. 3 key elements are essential to effective communication while you are in any business and selling a product to your customers. Message. Set of symbols that the sender transmits. Develop an honest and credible message that may, depending on our type of product or service, involve features, general benefits, company principles and values, innovative ideas, user testimonials or other factors pertinent to our product or service. The challenge is to make our message inspiring or motivational enough to evoke a response without exaggerated and unbelievable claims. Be sure we communicate the true differentiation between what we are offering and the offers of our competitors. Messaging. It aptly describes the person to whom we are targeting our message. We must first know who the decision maker is for our specific product or service. Next, we decide what response we want to evoke. Messenger. The messenger is the medium selected to deliver carefully crafted message to the appropriate messagee. When we have a clear profile of our best customer or prospect, selection of the targeted medium is much easier. Each media has its targeted reader, listener, viewer, etc. Independent research data is available that will help us match our customer's profile to that specific medium's targeted profile. Our precious resources of time and money need to be targeted, focused, efficient, and effective. Principles of communication, 9 C's. To compose effective written or oral messages, you must apply certain communication principles. These principles provide guidelines for choice of content and style of presentation adopted to the purpose and receiver of your message. Completeness. A business message is complete when it contains all facts the reader or listener needs for the desired reaction. Completeness offers numerous benefits. Provides all necessary information. One way to help make your message complete is to answer the 5 W questions: who, what, when, where, why, and any other essentials such as how. The 5-question method is especially useful when you write requests, announcements, or other informative messages. Answer all questions asked. Whenever you reply to an inquiry, try to answer all questions stated and implied. If there is an incomplete reply, the customer may think the respondent is careless or is purposely trying to conceal a weak spot. Give something extra when desirable. Sometimes you must do more than answer the customer's specific questions. For example, suppose you are president of your local Rotary Club and receive the following inquiry from an out-of-town member. I am new to the city and would like to consider joining your club. As I will be visiting your club within the month, will you please tell me where the next meeting will be held? Now, if you answered only this one question, your letter would be incomplete. You should include in your reply a welcome plus such needed details as directions for reaching the building, parking facilities, day, date, and time of meeting, and perhaps also the program for the next meeting. Conciseness. Conciseness is saying what you have to say in the fewest possible words without sacrificing the other C qualities. Conciseness contributes to eliminating unnecessary words. To achieve conciseness, observe these suggestions. Eliminate wordy expressions. Use single word substitutes instead of phrases whenever possible without changing meaning. Omit unnecessary expressions. Omit which and that clauses whenever possible. Eliminate unnecessary prepositional phrases. And limit the use of passive voice. Include only relevant material. The effective, concise message should omit not only unnecessarily wordy expressions, but also irrelevant statements. Avoid unnecessary repetition. When the same thing is said 2 or 3 times without reason, the message becomes wordy and boring. Here are 3 ways to eliminate unnecessary repetition. 1. Use a shorter name after you have mentioned the long one once. Instead of the North Central Company, use North Central. 2. Use pronouns or initials rather than a repeat long one once. Instead of citing American Association of Technical Analysts again and again, use it or they or AATA. 3. Cut out all needless repetition of phrases and sentences. Sometimes it is possible to combine 2 or even more sentences by using subordinate clauses or phrases. Consideration. Consideration means preparing every message with the message receivers in mind. Try to put yourself in their place. 3 specific ways to indicate consideration are: focus on you instead of I or we. To create considerate, audience-oriented message, focus on how message receivers will benefit, what they will receive, and what they want or need to know. Show audience benefit or interest in the receiver. Whenever possible and true, show how your receivers will benefit from whatever the message asks or announces. Benefits must meet recipient needs, address their concerns, or offer them rewards. Emphasize positive, pleasant facts. A third way to show consideration for your receivers is to emphasize on the positive. Negative, unpleasant. It is impossible to open an account for you today. Positive, pleasant. As soon as your signature card reaches us, we will gladly open an account. Concreteness. Communicating concretely means being specific, definite, and vivid rather than vague and general. Often it means using denotative, direct, explicit, often dictionary-based, rather than connotative words, ideas or notions suggested by or associated with a word or phrase. These guidelines should help you compose concrete, convincing messages. Use specific facts and figures. Whenever possible, use an exact, precise statement in place of a general word to make your message more concrete. Vague, general, indefinite. Students' GMAT scores are higher. Concrete, precise. In 1996, the GMAT scores averaged 600. By 1997, had risen to 610. Put action in your verbs. Verbs can activate other words and help make your sentences alive. That is, to have dynamic sentences, 1. Use active rather than passive verbs, and 2. Put action in your verbs rather than in nouns and infinitives. Use the active voice. Passive. Subject receives the action. The tests were administered by the professors. Active. Subject performs the action. Professors administered the tests. Choose vivid, image-building words. Among the devices you can use to make your messages forceful, vivid, and specific are sensory appeals, comparisons, figurative language, concrete nouns, and well-chosen adjectives and adverbs. Clarity. Getting the meaning from your head into the head of your reader accurately is the purpose of clarity. Choose precise, concrete, and familiar words. Clarity is achieved in part through a balance between precise language and familiar language. When you use precise or concrete language, you select exactly the right word to convey your meaning. Use synonyms instead of Latin terms if they, though short, may be unfamiliar to your audience. Construct effective sentences and paragraphs. At the core of clarity is the sentence. Important characteristics to consider are length, unity, coherence, and emphasis. Length. Generally, short sentences are preferred. The suggested average sentence's length should be about 17 to 20 words. Unity. In a sentence, whether simple or compound or complex, unity means that you have one main idea and any other ideas in the sentence must be closely related to it. Coherence. In a coherent sentence, the words are correctly arranged so that the ideas clearly express the intended meaning. Courtesy. True courtesy involves being aware not only of the perspective of others, but also their feelings. It is not merely politeness with mechanical insertions of please and thank you, although applying socially accepted manners is a form of courtesy. Rather, it is politeness that grows out of respect and concern for others. Suggestions for generating a courteous tone. Be sincerely tactful, thoughtful, and appreciative. Though few people are intentionally abrupt or blunt, these negative traits are a common cause of discourtesy. Thoughtfulness and appreciation. Writers who send cordial, courteous messages of deserved congratulations and appreciation to persons both inside and outside the firm help build goodwill. Correctness. At the core of correctness is proper grammar, punctuation, and spelling. The term correctness, as applied to business messages, also means these three characteristics. Use the right level of language. The three levels of language, formal, informal, and substandard, overlap because of our ever-changing language. The formal level of language is used for writing legal documents, top-level government agreements, and other materials in which formality is expected. In contrast, the informal level refers to the language of business for letters, reports, newspapers, and other business communications. Instead of formal words, you will use short, well-known, and conversational words as this list illustrates. The third level of language, substandard, is the one you want to avoid because People generally don't accept it. If you use words on this level in writing or in speaking, your readers will begin to question your ability to use good English. Here are a few examples. Words that confuse. Our English language is constantly changing. In fact, even dictionaries cannot keep up with rapid change in this language. But the dictionary is still a major source for locating correct words and their intended meanings. This list includes only a sample of the many words often confused in usage. Confidence. Your letter will be more successful when you show confidence in yourself, confidence in your reader, and confidence in your message. Confidence in yourself is produced when you believe in the fairness of your decisions and actions. You need not be defensive or apologetic. Show your reader that you are decisive, positive, confident, and straightforward rather than diffident, dubious, indecisive, and negative. To have confidence in your reader means that you assume the reader will do what is right until otherwise it is proved. You should give your reader the benefit of the doubt. You lose confidence in your message when you write, "I hope," "I trust," "if," "why not." Such phrases should be avoided. Spend the time necessary in designing a letter so that the message accomplishes the business objectives. If you lack in confidence, these undesirable results will tend to occur. You may find yourself unable to write or speak. You may not represent your case strongly. You may throw a bad impression on others, and as a backlash, it will damage the goodwill of the firm. Conversational tone. Your letter should read as if you are talking to the reader. The tone should be comfortable, natural, conversational, unpretentious, and inconspicuous. You should avoid legalese and business jargons such as "beg to advise," "please find enclosed herewith," or "thanking you in anticipation." To accomplish conversational tone, vary your words, use proper syntax, be straightforward, keep the paragraph small, and avoid vague writing. Non-conversational tone will bring out these results. The language may become formal, making communication ineffective and weak. The readers or the audience may get bored, inattentive, or distraught. Tips for developing writing skills. Irrespective of your age, you improve your writing skills if you want to. Writing ability is the key to success in the modern business. These tips will help you develop it. Learn grammar. No language goes without grammar. Knowledge of grammar is essential for writing, speaking, understanding, and listening. Increase vocabulary. Thesaurus of words augments your writing power. It also aids in reading. The greater the vocabulary you have, the better the author you will be, and you will have a better command over the language. Develop reading habits. Reading helps you in expanding your understanding and knowledge. You become accustomed to the correct structure of the sentence and acquainted with the use of the right word in the right place. Read newspapers, magazines, or journals regularly. Consult Standard Dictionary. Whenever there is a word whose meaning you don't know, look up the dictionary and memorize its meaning. Develop writing habit. Regularly write diary, notes, short stories, articles, or memorandums, or construct several sentences using one difficult word. Develop imagination. Without imagination, you cannot write no matter how great your vocabulary is. You can develop your imagination by reading, listening, and observing. Improve knowledge of the subject. If you lack the knowledge of the subject, you are unable to write even a single line. Purposes of business writing principles. People put things in writing to create a record, to convey complex data, to make things convenient for the reader, to save money, and to convey their own messages more effectively. Internal documents go to people inside the organization. External documents go to audiences outside, clients, customers, suppliers, stockholders, the government, the press, the general public. Three basic purposes of business communication are to inform, to request or persuade, and to build goodwill. Most messages have more than one purpose. Poor writing costs even more since it wastes time, wastes effort, and jeopardizes goodwill. Good communication meets the needs of the writer or speaker, the organization, and the audience. Criteria for effective messages. Good business writing meets 5 basic criteria. It's clear, complete, and correct. It saves the reader's time, and it builds goodwill. Clear. The meaning the reader gets is the meaning the writer intended. The reader does not have to guess. Complete. All of the reader's questions are answered. The reader has enough information to evaluate the message and act on it. Correct. All of the information in the message is accurate. The message is free from errors in punctuation, spelling, grammar, word order, and sentence structure. Saves the reader's time. The style, organization, and visual impact of the message help the reader to read, understand, and act on the information as quickly as possible. Builds goodwill. The message presents a positive image of the writer and his or her organization. It treats the reader as a person, not a number. It cements a good relationship between the writer and the reader. Whether a document satisfies the criteria for effective messages depends on the interactions among the writer, the audience, the purposes of the message, and the situation. No single set of words will work in all possible situations. No absolute rule can tell us whether a draft is clear or complete. Criteria for effective messages. To create good messages, use this 7-step process. Before you write or speak, analyze your audience, your purposes, and the situation. Your first step should determine your specific purpose. Is your message mainly informational, such as announcing your firm's new location, or is it mainly persuasive, such as asking customers to buy your product? The objective of your message is almost always twofold. Also analyze your audience. See your message from your receiver's point of view, their needs, interests, attitude, even their culture. The most important thing to be noted is that the situation is very important to consider before presentation. Use this analysis to organize your information. Organize your information before writing or speaking your draft. Disorganized information often seems careless, confusing, and unimportant. Use this analysis to design the physical appearance of your document. Finally, be sure that physical appearance of your documents is now complete for presentation. Revise your document to be friendly and businesslike. There should be courtesy in your message. Always avoid the use of painful words. Emphasize the positive. Develop good relationship with listeners and readers. Use standard English. Double-check names and numbers. To avoid any confusion, find out any mistake and be sure that message is accurate. After your message is delivered, use the response you get to measure your success and to help you plan future messages. Tips for writers. Identify your readers. Write from the reader's point of view. Know why you are writing. Choose the proper tone. Get to the point quickly. Be brief. Keep it simple. Be specific. Avoid improper jargon. Beware of clutter and the official style. Write to express, not impress. And tell the reader the outcome you expect. Unit number 5. Written communication. Major plans for letters, memos, circulars and news release. Unit overview. Business letters are generally written either to reinforce business relations with other firms or to create new business relations. A letter is a representative of its sender and it portrays the image of company from where it has been originated. In your day-to-day life, you have noticed that when you are confronted with a new situation where your image is involved, you try to dress up well and prepare yourself in advance. You make particular efforts to build up a positive image of yourself in the new situation. Similar considerations also apply to written communication. If you aim at getting business for your company by writing letter to someone to get a positive response, you plan its content well and develop a neat and attractive format of the communication. Objectives. After reading the unit, you will be able to identify different types of business letters, learn the art of writing different types of business letters, memos, circulars and news release, and apply written media appropriately in business and industrial situation. Importance of business letter. External communication in the business world is done through letters. Letters play a vital role in business to communicate important information, establish contact with the outside world, serve as record and become part of contract. With the fast expanding business world and the growth of large business undertaking, the role of business communication, particularly through letters, has increased manifold. A business communicator, through his letters, can accomplish many difficult tasks and achieve success. For instance, through letter, he or she can sell goods, bring back the lost customers, stimulate dealers, seek loan or credit, collect bad debts, make complaints, adjust claim or complaint, open new avenues for business, get official approval, and create goodwill all around. Appearance of business letter. In the written communication, the appearance of a letter counts first as it conveys non-verbal impression about the sender and also affects the reader's attitude even before reading the contents of the letter. The appearance of business letter depends upon these three factors: form, content, presentation. The first factor, form, means the physical appearance of the letter. It is the first thing that the reader encounters on receiving a letter. An attractive physical appearance is an essential quality of an effective business letter. These are the elements of appearance that help to create favorable impression on the mind of the reader. Stationery. It plays an important role in the physical appearance of letter. The paper used for business letters should be of good quality. Letterhead. Business organizations mostly use printed letterheads. The letterhead should be artistic but simple in design. Correct letter parts and layout. The standard and optional letter parts should be used correctly and these should be placed at appropriate positions. A commonly accepted layout should be followed. Message. Message should be divided into suitable paragraphs. The message should be placed on paper in such a way that it is margined evenly from all sides. Thus, the message will have a look of picture in frame. Contents, letter parts. Business letter is divided into some standard or compulsory parts and some optional parts. A business letter must contain these 7 standard parts. 1. Heading. Generally, business organizations use printed letterheads. They contain name of the firm, complete postal address including fax and telex, and sometimes nature of business. An attractive, well-balanced letterhead enhances the prestige of an organization. Below the heading comes the date. Date sequence can be December 19, 1994 or 19 December 1994. 2. Reference number. It is helpful for the filing purpose. The reference number of the concerned letter along with the department or section is quoted in future correspondence. 3. Inside address. It contains the name, designation, department and address of the recipient. As a matter of courtesy, the inside address should contain the name, designation of some responsible head if the letter is addressed to a firm or office, although the letter may be received by some subordinate person. 4. Salutation. It is like a social greeting. Salutation precedes the body of the letter. It is difficult to determine a standard salutation. It depends on the level of the formality between the writer and reader in business correspondence. Generally, these salutations are used. Dear Sir, Dear Madam, for strangers. Dear Mr. Kareem, for people such as customers or business acquaintances. 5. Body of the letter. It is the main part of the letter. It contains the message for which the letter is written. The body should include all the principles of good writing. Each idea, each point should be developed or discussed in a separate paragraph. The body of the letter should be reasonably short. It is advisable to have one letter for one subject and should be typed preferably on one page. 6. Complimentary closing. It again depends on the relationship between the writer and the receiver. Some of the accepted closings are sincerely, truly, cordially yours, yours truly, and yours cordially. 7. Signature. Signature of the writer is placed below complimentary closing. The name or designation of the writer are typed below signature. Optional letter parts. Besides the standard letter parts, there are certain optional letter parts, the use of which depends on the requirement of the individual letter. Confidential or first class or urgent. Any of these is indicated after the date and before the inside address. Attention line. As we said earlier, a business letter is generally addressed to some responsible head. An attention is used when it is desired that the letter should be received or handled by some particular individual or department. It is placed after the inside address. Attention line should not be abbreviated to ATTN. It should be typed in full, and if attention line is used, the salutation should be Dear Sir or Dear Sirs. Subject line. It is placed after attention line and before salutation. If the subject line is used, the reader can know what the letter is about even before reading the body of the letter. It also helps in filing. Enclosure notation. It is placed towards the end of the letter after complimentary closing or signature. Enclosure notation is used when some other papers, brochure, catalogues, carbon copy of previous letter, Attested copy of certificates or agreements, etc. are to accompany the letter. It is useful in several ways. It reminds the person who mails letters what is to be placed in the envelope. It also informs the receiver what papers he should get with the letter. In the enclosure notation, the names and serial numbers of the accompanying papers are mentioned. Distribution notation. It is used if the copies of the letter are to be given to persons other than the addressee. It comes after enclosure notation and is mentioned as CC. Blind copies. If the sender does not wish the recipient to know that someone else is receiving a copy of the letter, a blind copy may be sent. In such cases, the indication is shown on the copies and not on the original. Postscript. It is the last element in a business letter, and as such, it is placed at the very end of the letter. Postscript is used to rephrase some key point already in your letter because whatever is mentioned in the postscript, the reader is sure to remember well. Presentation punctuation style. There are two styles of punctuation marks used in business letters. 1. Open punctuation, and 2. Mixed or close punctuation. Open punctuation. In this style, no punctuation mark is used with heading inside address, salutation, and complimentary closing. Generally, this style is used with full block, modified block, and AMS simplified format. Only the body of the letter is exempt from the rule. Mixed or close punctuation. In this style, a colon or comma is used after the salutation and comma after complimentary closing. However, the modern trend is to use less and less punctuation marks in different parts of business letters. Presentation. Fundamental format or styles of letter in business. To maintain uniformity, business organizations generally use these formats for writing letters. Modified block form. This is the most popular format in modern times. In this form, the date, complimentary closing, and signature are placed near the center of the page. All other parts of the letter are kept at the left margin. The inside address, the salutation, and the paragraphs are arranged in block without indentation. To maintain clarity, double spacing between the inside address and salutation and single spacing between the lines is provided. Semi-block. The fundamental aspect of this form is that all the elements of the letter are placed at the left-hand margin to facilitate filing. Other elements of the letter are kept at the left margin, and the first word of each paragraph is indented by 5 to 7 spaces. Full block. The fundamental aspect of this form is that all the elements of the letter are placed at the left-hand margin in the shape of blocks. This is the fastest style to type. The letter is typed single space with a blank line between paragraphs. AMS, simplified form. It is the style adopted by the Administrative Management Society of the USA. It eliminates salutation and complimentary closing and sometimes uses a subject line in place of salutation. It uses full block and open punctuation. It is not very popular outside the USA. Hanging or indentation. In this style, the first line of each paragraph of the letter body is indented or hanging. This form is suitable only for sales and advertising messages. Official letters style. This form is generally used by government officials. Sometimes it is used by business organizations as well. It may be block or semi-block. The main feature of the format is that the inside address is placed at the bottom, below the last line of the signature. Characteristics or qualities of a good business letter. As letter is the most common means of communication in business, the characteristics or qualities are of utmost importance. Business letters are substitute for personal contact. These qualities make a business letter an effective, efficient, and successful representative of the firm. It is attractive and pleasing to the eyes. It is friendly and informative. It is correct in every detail, spelling, grammar, language facts, and figures. It is considerate to the reader's point of view. It is interested in reader's benefits. It is courteous, friendly, and sincere in tone. It promotes goodwill and is clear, concise, and complete. It is well paragraphed with short and easy sentences. It uses modern words and avoids wordiness and jargon. It ensures standard of presentation as well as consistency of expression. It is a unified and compact piece of composition. Sales letters. These are written to influence the reader to follow your wishes. A sales letter is a sales talk. It is an efficient and convenient means of securing business. A sales letter acts as a salesman. It is different from personal selling in that a salesman speaks the words while in the letter the words are written and read. It is also different from advertising, which is addressed to a whole group of prospective customers, while a sales letter is tailor-made to individual needs and nature. Sales letters provide an economic means of selling goods and services, but they are time-consuming. Unsolicited sales letters fall in the category of persuasive requests. Organization of sales letters. Sales letters are usually written with the help of AIDA formula. A. Attract the reader's attention. I. Arouse the reader's interest. D. Create desire and convince the reader. A. State clearly the action the reader needs to take. So we can conclude that AIDA stands for attention, interest, desire, and action. Guidelines for accomplishing AIDA functions. Attention. The first paragraph of letter should be attention-catching. To achieve it, these approaches may be applied. Opening with story or events, some beautiful quotation, status appeal opening, significant and concrete facts, question opening, mentioning prizes. Interest. Interest for the product may be stimulated in the second paragraph. To tempt the prospect, you should tell benefits they will derive from the product, also convince that money spent on the product will be less than the satisfaction derived from it. Explain the reasons why they should buy. For expensive articles, you can excite dealers and manufacturers by explaining how and why your product will earn them a profit, make their job easy, and make their job more efficient. For final customers and consumers, you should emphasize functions, economy, characteristics, service, and emotional appeals. Desire conviction. Stimulate desire in the third paragraph. You may use one or more of the following approaches: free trial offer, money-back guarantee, performance tests, samples free of cost, guarantee, price information, and evidences, names of satisfied customers. Action. The last paragraph should motivate the reader to come in action. You may accomplish it by offering gifts, setting a deadline, limiting the offer, offering competition and prizes, making a moral plea, accepting payment by check or credit card, and enclosing postage-free mail card. Uses of sales letters. Sales letters are sent to old and new customers, and their main purpose is to get a positive response from the reader to get an order for the products or services. These are the principal uses of sales letters. To sell by mail. Sales letters are used to sell goods through mail order. Printed materials like books, magazines, journals, etc. are generally sold through mail. Seek inquiries and follow-up inquiries. Sales letters are used to solicit inquiries from the readers by phones, letters, or personal visits. Another use of sales letters is to follow the inquiries sent by the prospective customers. To induce customers to visit shop or showroom. Sales letters are used to invite customers to visit shop showroom for personal inspection or trial of the goods or services. A visit by the customer helps to establish a personal contact between the seller and the buyer. To promote goodwill. Lastly, sales letters are used to promote and preserve goodwill, which is an invaluable asset in business. Through sales messages, the seller remains in touch with the buyer, and this helps to build goodwill. In this sales letter on your screen, interest is: have you ever realized how much time is wasted in typing, keeping records, and devising solutions to problems in your office? Your precious time and energy can be saved if you have our computers in your office. Desire is: you will be surprised to know that our computers are one of the cheapest, not only in the Pakistani market, but throughout the world. It is also cheap to operate and use. Its accompanying printer is perfect, and it gives an output of 10 pages per minute. Conviction is: these are used by thousands of offices and firms all over the world. In Pakistan, all the leading banks and insurance companies are using our computers to their full satisfaction. We provide 3 years free after-sales service and a guarantee to supply you disk and accessories at a 20% discount price throughout the period you use our computers. You will get 10% discount if you place an order for 5 computers by 31st December. Action is: please fill in the enclosed prepaid card, and we will send Mr. Rauf, our sales manager, to give you a practical demonstration in your office. Just inform us the time suitable to you. Sales promotion letters. In the modern age of competition, sales activities have become highly technical and complicated. As the ultimate object of all business activities is sale, sales promotion is done through various methods. Sales promotion letter is one of these means. Sales promotion letter is an indirect offer for sales of goods and services. Here, the writer induces the reader to buy. The sale offer is made in a roundabout, indirect manner. Being an indirect offer, it does not meet with resistance from the reader's side. In sales promotion letters, the writer says, "We wish to serve you, give you better service." Characteristics of sales promotion letters. Sales promotion letters are different from other sales letters because of certain typical characteristics, such as timely capitalization of some event or occasions such as Christmas, New Year, Eid, Independence Day, some local, national and international sports or games, silver or golden jubilee celebration, etc. Sales promotion letters contain message of greetings, congratulations, along with an indirect sales message. As a result, these letters bring business as well as establish cordial friendly relationship between the two parties. Sales promotion letters are written to express goodwill. Congratulations and greetings are offered on happy occasions, and condolence and regret are offered on tragic or unhappy situation. Service attitude is another characteristic of sales promotion letters. That says, "Let us be a friend." Thus, the emphasis is not on sale, but on service and goodwill. Sales promotion letters are written in informal and personal style. Letters of goodwill are naturally written in friendly, informal style. No direct mention of sale, there is only a suggestion. Sales promotion letters are obviously the most friendly communication. A cordial attitude creates a very good impact on the mind of the reader. Uses of sales promotion letters. Sales promotion letters are very effective means of promoting sale and expanding business horizon. However, these are some uses of sales promotion letters. Awakening inactive accounts. One of the important use of sales promotion letter is to awaken inactive accounts. Sometimes a customer may stop giving business for various uncommunicated reasons. In such circumstances, a direct inquiry letter asking the reasons for inactive account may look improper. Taking advantage of a suitable occasion, the writer can send a message of goodwill along with a tactful and polite question why the reader has stopped giving business. An assurance to remove any cause of dissatisfaction and a promise to render better service is given to the reader. To invite business from new sources or to welcome new customers. Sales promotion letters can be effectively used to invite business from new sources. Success in business depends on continuous expansion. New business can be obtained by sending message of greetings, cards, calendars, and other small gifts. To maintain contacts with old customers. It is never a wise policy to run for new business, ignoring or neglecting the existing ones. Seasonal greetings, timely information about new products or business are communicated to the existing customers. The seller has to show that he or she values his or her customers. To preserve goodwill. Sales promotion letters are very effective in promoting and preserving goodwill. By sending goodwill messages to the existing as well as prospective buyers, the writer can create an atmosphere of goodwill and friendliness. An example of sales promotion letter to awaken old accounts is shown here on screen. Sales promotion letters. In the modern age of competition, sales activities have become highly technical and complicated. As the ultimate object of all business activities is sale, sales promotion is done through various methods. Sales promotion letter is one of these means. Sales promotion letter is an indirect offer for sales of goods and services. Here, the writer induces the reader to buy. The sale offer is made in a roundabout, indirect manner. Being an indirect offer, it does not meet with resistance from the reader's side. In sales promotion letters, the writer says, "We wish to serve you, give you better service." Characteristics of sales promotion letters. Sales promotion letters are different from other sales letters because of certain typical characteristics such as timely capitalization of some event or occasions such as Christmas, New Year, Eid, Independence Day, some local, national and international sports, or games, silver or golden jubilee celebration, etc. Sales promotion letters contain message of greetings, congratulations, along with an indirect sales message. As a result, these letters bring business as well as establish cordial friendly relationship between the two parties. Sales promotion letters are written to express goodwill. Congratulations and greetings are offered on happy occasions, and condolence and regret are offered on tragic or unhappy situation. Service attitude is another characteristic of sales promotion letters. That says, "Let us be a friend." Thus, the emphasis is not on sale, but on service and goodwill. Sales promotion letters are written in informal and personal style. Letters of goodwill are naturally written in friendly, informal style. No direct mention of sale, there is only a suggestion. Sales promotion letters are obviously the most friendly communication. A cordial attitude creates a very good impact on the mind of the reader. Memoranda and circulars. Memoranda. Business letters are used for inter-organization communication, whereas memoranda are used for communication within an office or firm. In fact, memorandum is the most common means of in-house communication. Instructions, advices, suggestions, proposals, and information within an organization are transmitted through memorandum. Of course, internal circular letters may also be used for the same purpose. As far as physical appearance is concerned, memorandum is completely different from other business letters. Memorandum has 4 heading parts. The headings may be horizontal or vertical as shown. The date may be typed without the word date. A memo does not require salutation and complimentary closing. It may include some optional letter parts. It may or may not be signed depending on the significance of its subject matter. Here is an example. Circular. The word circular is the noun form of the verb to circulate, which means to pass on from hand to hand. A circular letter is one that is sent out to many different people simultaneously. It contains a message of common interest for a large number of readers. The letter is prepared only once and then duplicated for distribution to many recipients. Names, addresses, and individual salutations are sometimes inserted after duplication to give a personal touch to the letter. Sometimes, when a circular is sent out, Sometimes, when a circular is sent out, an immediate reply or acknowledgement is required. In such cases, a tear-off slip is included which all recipients should ideally fill and return to the sender. This ensures the same type of information from all recipients. Alternatively, a reply paid card, Alternatively, a reply paid card may be included. As a circular is sent to a large number of readers, the original one must be drafted with special care. Types of circular. There are 2 types of circulars, 1 internal and 2 external. Internal circulars. These are used for passing or transmitting information, orders, etc. within an organization. These circulars are issued by the management to the employees. They contain instructions, rules or regulations, terms and conditions of service. Compliance to these is binding to all employees. External circulars. These letters are sent to general customers, shopkeepers, distributors, other firms, etc. External circulars are more detailed and explanatory. Advertisements and notice in the newspapers also serve the same purpose. But circular letters are more effective, and these have a target audience, and concerned people are sure to receive the message. Occasions for writing circular letters. Circular letters serve many purposes. They are used on different occasions and send special information. Some of the occasions are establishment of a new business, opening of a new business or activity, change in address or status of business, retirement or death or exclusion or inclusion of partner or director, appointment or removal of agents or distributors, introduction of a new product, change in price or policy, and any new event that may take place in business. Circular letters follow the same formats as other business letters have. They must include all the characteristics of effective business letters. Some examples are shown on the screen. News release. A news or press release is an announcement made to the press, television, radio, etc. about something which is considered to be newsworthy. It informs the concerned people about the business event as well as obtain free publicity for the event. Some of the reasons for issuing news release are change in address, introduction of new product, changes in top executives, change in ownership of business, and liquidation, merger, takeover of companies. To get a place as well as importance in a newspaper or other media, news releases should be drafted with special care. It is written on behalf of a company. It should not sound like advertisement or invitation. It should be drafted in a way that it can be published without much editing or change. A news release should answer these questions. What is happening? Who is involved? When does it happen? Where does it happen? And why does it happen? Effective news releases do these: identify the sender, indicate when the news should be published, state the main idea as a journalistic headline, give the information source if required, and answer the basic communication questions. In the body of the news release, answers to the basic questions appear first. Supporting details come in the message. While preparing a news release, the writer should observe these guidelines. Heading. An appropriate, informative, and interesting heading should be used for a news release. Opening. To catch the reader's attention and imagination, the writer should include the most important message in the opening. The starting sentence or paragraph should be eye-catching. Middle. The writer should keep the middle paragraphs short and self-contained. The reader should get complete message in this section in an interesting manner. Close. It may be effective to finish the news release by repeating the main message, by summarizing, or by including a quotation from an important person. Look at these examples of news releases. Unit number 6, Written Communication, Reports. Unit Overview. Reports and proposals are the most important form of written communication. If we say the success of any business depends on reports and proposals, it will not be wrong. Timely and accurate information always helps the management in decision-making process that can only be generated through reports, where a proposal also helps the decision-makers to track the business in right directions. This unit explains in detail the importance of reports and proposals in business. Objectives. After studying this unit, you will be able to prepare reports and proposals, explain the different types of reports, and tell the significance of reports and proposals in the business world. Introduction to reports. Report is the form of written communication. In business, written reports provide information for the management to form judgments and make decisions. A business report is an orderly presentation and an objective communication of factual information which serves some business purposes. An orderly presentation of report requires careful presentation. By objective, we mean that it should be unbiased. An objective does not mean that it should be persuasive, but it means that the approach should be based on facts. In short, report is factual information. It puts ideas in concrete form, brings together pertinent information, focuses attention, and stimulates action. It is based on facts, not on fictions. From the writer's point of view, reports serve as the evidence of work done. They are therefore an especially important means of expression and recognition for anyone whose work is largely meditative, supervisory, administrative, or otherwise intangible. Reports travel all around. They move upward to managers and policy makers, downward to give instruction, guidance, and policy, outward to shareholders, customers, government officials, and general public. Reports may be written or oral. Of course, significant reports are always written. Functions of a business report. A business report performs various functions to help business executives. Some of these functions are: a report helps to understand the problem. It explains the weakness, strength, and difficulties the company is facing. It provides important facts and data. It helps the management to take sound and correct decision. It helps the management to design policies, programs, and procedures. It may be used for training, development, and research. Reports very often suggest remedies or solutions of problems. Reports are useful for overall improvement in business activities. Reports provide feasibility of project or product or service. Reports help in forming an objective thinking. Qualities of well-written reports. The writer of a business report must observe all the principles of good written communication. Thus, the quality of the report depends on the accomplishment of completeness, conciseness, correctness, concreteness, clarity, consideration, and courtesy. Besides these qualities, a good report should have these characteristics. Appropriateness. A good report must be appropriate to the situation. It should be relevant and adapted to the reader's needs. Utility. A report is valued on the basis of its usefulness. Its utility lies in a better and finer decision. Reliability. A report should serve the purpose for which it is written. It should help in overcoming the difficulty and solving the problems. Types of report. Business reports are classified as short and informal reports, long and formal reports. Short and informal reports. The short report may be a brief statement of facts presented on a single page, or it may run into a number of pages. It is generally written by people working within the firm, so it is personal and informal in style. It may be submitted in these formats: letter report, memorandum report, and printed form report. People working in the firm have to submit daily, weekly, or monthly reports about progress of work, suggestions, problems, and special assignments. These short and informal reports generally adopt this organizational plan. Terms of reference, investigation procedure adopted, findings and its interpretation, recommendations if any. In order to see sample reports, please consult the reference notes. Long and formal report. Formal reports, being comparatively larger in size and complex in nature, are generally prepared by experts or specialists. These are problem-solving or question-answering reports. Management needs these reports to overcome problems, to make future planning, and to take serious decisions having far-reaching effect on the business prospect of the company. Costly decisions are based on such reports, more particularly if a feasibility is prepared. To keep a formal report readable and easily comprehensible, it must be organized in a proper manner. Generally, a formal report is organized on this pattern. A. Prefatory parts. Title fly, title page, letter of authorization, letter of acceptance, letter of transmittal, table of contents, synopsis or abstract. B. Body of the report. Introduction, text, terminal section which includes conclusions and recommendations. C. Supplementary parts. Appendix, bibliography, glossary or index. Prefatory parts. Title fly or title page. As these two contain almost the same information, often only the title page is used. Sometimes a title fly is also used. Title fly or title page is the cover of the report containing this information. The title of the report, the name of the receiver of the report, the name of the author and the date of submission. The title should be short, interesting, and informative. Letter of authorization. Title fly or title page is followed by a number of letters, the first being the authorization letter. It is written by the initiator of the report writing process to the author, making the offer and setting down the terms and conditions for writing the report, including the date of submission. Letter of acceptance. It is the second letter placed in the report. It is written by the writer of the report to the initiator accepting the offer with thanks and informing him how the writer proposes to accomplish the assignment. Letter of transmittal. It is the third letter in sequence. It is written by the author of the report to the initiator of the report. In this letter, the writer of the report tells the initiator how the assignment has been accomplished. Table of contents. The purpose is to enable the reader to know the organization plan of the report at a glance. Table of contents also helps the reader find out the particular chapter or topic of his interest. In case of a really long report, table of content is very useful. Synopsis or summary abstract. A synopsis or abstract is written after completing the report but is placed in the prefatory section. After going through this part, reading and comprehension of report becomes easier for the reader. Body of report. Body of the report is the heart of the report. It is the main part of the report where the writer has to show his worth. Like any good composition, it must have an introduction of text and conclusion. In the introduction, the writer has to introduce the problem or situation, discuss his investigation procedure. The text should be divided into suitable sections and chapters. Statements in the text should be supported with facts and figures. If visual aids are used in the report, these should be given suitable caption and placed close to the textual reference. Solution of the problem should be discussed in detail. If recommendations be made, these should be objective, unbiased, and free from personal prejudices of the writer. The writer should include suggestion. Supplementary parts. Appendix. It is an important element in the supplementary section. It includes tabulations, newspaper clippings, copies of interviews, statistical data relevant to the reports. Appendix relieves the text from all these lengthy details. Bibliography. It contains the list of sources of information with acknowledgement and thanks, including, of course, the names of the books or articles, authors or writers or year of publication, publisher, etc. Index or glossary. Technical terminologies are often used in reports. Index or glossary may contain difficult words with their meaning and explanation. Introduction to proposals. The word proposal comes from propose, which means suggestion. The proposal is a kind of suggestion to the solution of a problem. It is a written plan from the proposer to the organization facing the respective problem. The proposal provides the organization with the complete detail of the problem, its background, and the procedures to solve the stated problem. These proposals may be solicited and unsolicited. Being a proposer, you have to clearly explain the problem first, such that the reader could have the idea that you can solve the problem well as you better understand the problem. This may draw a good impression of proposal. You seek to get your reader to do something, to get your written plan for completing a task. So, you as a proposer have to be very careful about the presentation of the proposal, the simplicity of procedures to complete the task, and the budget of the services provided to solve the problem. As Murphy says, the presentation lies at the heart of proposal writing. The structure of the proposal you write really matters a lot, whether the report is a long proposal or a memo. You may write internal proposals, suggestions that your department can do a good job of completing a project or accomplishing a task for another department. You and your company have to go outside submitting a bid that you are qualified to do something for someone. Thus, the proposal is similar to the recommendation, justification report. Both aim to solve a problem, alter a procedure, find answer to questions, offer advice and services, or conduct research on a topic of interest to both parties. Kinds of proposals. There are two kinds of proposals: research proposals and business proposals. Research proposals. A research proposal is usually academic in nature. This is not practical. It is based on study or an assumption. One thing that is common in both proposals is the problem, which is explained before starting a research or writing a procedure to solve the problem. Most of the research proposals are submitted by the academic institutions. Business proposals. Business proposals may be solicited or unsolicited. Most of the firms know about the individuals and corporations that are qualified to help solve the problem. So the requests for the proposals are through mails or the newspapers. When writing a solicited proposal, you may have to be more careful as there is more competition involved. Pay more attention to the requirements of the solicitors. The problem should be explained clearly. The procedures should be short and simple. You should understand the needed solution well, specific work to be done or the equipment to be installed, even the format of the proposal, number of the copies desired, deadlines, budget of the services, and also the team of the proposals to solve the required problem. Business proposals might be unsolicited. In these proposals, you have to convince the evaluation committee that you and your firm are qualified to solve this problem successfully. Parts of the proposals. These are the parts of a proposal, whether it is a research proposal or a business proposal. Title page, executive summary, draft contract, table of contents, introduction, background, procedures, equipment and facilities, personnel, budget, and appendices. Title page. The title page of the proposals is almost similar to the title pages of the short and long reports. This page includes the date, title, name of the person or company to whom this proposal is submitted, name of the person or company submitting the proposals. This will make easy for the reader to keep in mind the topic and then evaluate it against its title. Executive summary. Sometimes when an executive is busy, he requires a condensed, concise, accurate statement of what is important in the report. Usually, it contains 1 or 2 pages of the whole report. The busy manager and even those tangentially interested after scanning it can determine whether they want to read further. Draft contract. A draft contract may help the reader to offer a counter-offer. It will help him in estimating the budget figures for the problem solution. In that way, a good impression can be drawn over evaluation committee. Table of contents. Long proposals require table of contents. This will help the reader choose the required topic he is interested in and come to the page he wants to read. This will also draw a good impression on the reader. Introduction. Purpose of the proposal should be in the introduction of the proposal. This will help reader better understand the point of view of the proposer. Then the problem should be explained clearly. The project team should also be introduced, including the project director. Their qualifications and experience will draw good impression over the readers. Background. In long reports, the background is a must. The background of the problem should be discussed with the suggestions to solve the problem. In this, proposer should quote the examples of problems solved in the past related to the topic. The research work and literature on the given topic should be included in the background. Procedure. The procedure of the problem solution will be an interesting thing for the reader, so it should be narrated in a simple manner. There should be no exaggeration in it. Equipment and facilities. If you have solved that sort of problem before, then it will be quite easy for you to give the detail of facilities and equipments required to complete the task. Quote all the equipment you have to solve this problem and also show that you can easily get any other required equipment for the solution of the task. Personnel. Complete information about the individuals involved in that project will make it easy for your reader to select your proposal. High qualifications and experiences will draw good impression over the readers. The budget might be the most important thing for the reader after the explanation of the procedures. Comparatively low budget will make evaluation committee select your proposal. A tabular form should be selected for the budget with a column of explanation of each budget entity. Appendix. Examples, visual aids, and some pertinent letters of support should be included in the end, but the exaggerations are forbidden here. These may cause a negative impression over the readers. Short proposals are normally for short-term tasks or projects. These are normally informal. In this kind of proposal, we find these three parts: letter of transmittal, executive summary, and body of the proposal. In the letter of transmittal, the proposer gives its name, address, date of the submission, and solution for the reader. In the first paragraph, after solution, you have to be thankful to the reader for asking you for the proposal. You try to convince the evaluator by showing your competence and other strengths to solve that specific problem. In the executive summary, you have to include the purpose of the proposal, the explanation of the problem, and suggestions to solve this problem. Then the scope of your proposal. This is better to narrate the boundaries of your research work for the solution of the task. Then the project team should also be introduced and experiences of the individuals narrated clearly. Then comes the body of proposal. In this section, you show the scope of services, default contracts, financial details, and similar project labor hours comparisons. The information about the equipment and facilities are also required in the end. Large proposals. The large proposals are quite formal in nature. These include all the parts we have discussed earlier. Proposals are for long-term projects with heavy budget and large project teams. These projects are completed in months or years, and the amount goes in millions or billions of rupees. These proposals are against the requests for these proposals. The organizations or government inform the qualifying firms to solve the problem through newspapers and other print media. The soliciting company reviews all the proposals from the firms and select the best considering all major options for the solution of the problem. Then, these selected firms are asked to give detailed procedures and budgets for the completion of tasks. The firms, those sent proposals, have to be careful about the general appearance of the proposal, its neatness, specific appearance, title, completeness, and professionalism. Unit number 7. Unit Overview. Oral communication is our most used mode of communication. It means speaking within a meeting, conversing in a hall, speaking to 100 people, and so on. This unit introduces you to successful strategies needed to be effective in oral communication. We will cover 3 important topics: oral communication, listening, and persuasive communication. These have great importance in communication because these are key to success. Objectives. After studying this unit, you will be able to understand different facets of art of effective speaking, explain rules of communication verbally, effectively deal with the verbal communication in one-to-one situation, develop good listening abilities, and explain persuasive communication. Introduction. Verbal or spoken communication has great importance. Speaking is the fastest method of communication. It is also the most direct. Verbal communication has great significance in our daily life. It may also be the key to business success. The best evidence any aspiring manager can display of his ability is the capacity to present his thoughts and conclusions clearly. The ability of an individual to lead and take part effectively in face-to-face discussions, meetings, conferences, interviews, briefings and presentations are what build personnel as well as the organization's image. Listening skills play an equally important role. For instance, in employer-employee relationships, group discussions, etc., one uses listening skills to achieve business goals. Good verbal communication involves perception, organization, interpretation, and feedback. These make an effective and persuasive manager who goes far in the business world. Verbal communication started before the written communication. In the present world, oral communication is still more important than written communication. So it was felt necessary to develop oral communication skills in common life. Steps for preparing effective oral communication. 7 steps are essential for successful oral statements, short or long. Determine the purpose. Analyze the audience and occasion. Select the main ideas for the message. Research the topic. Organize the data and write the draft. Create visual aids and rehearse the talk. Determine the purpose. We communicate to produce the result. We wish something to occur as a result of our words. On the macro level, these overall goals are to inform, to persuade, or to entertain. To inform or instruct. Here the goal is to clarify, secure understanding, explain a process. At the conclusion of your message, you hope listeners have a better comprehension of an issue, an idea, a process, or a procedure. To persuade. Gaining willing acceptance of an idea is core to persuasion. Note that the key word here is willing. Your goal is that after you have finished your presentation, listeners will accept your proposal, your claim, your thesis, and you hope they will do as you ask them to do. To entertain. This type of speaking may include not only humorous statements you will make, but also numerous ceremonial, introductory, or stimulating statements. Social occasions, such as promotion parties, retirement, or anniversaries are characteristic of this kind of speaking. Analyze the audience and occasion. Whether one writes or speaks, the message must be adapted to the audience. If your talk is within your organization, you will have some idea about who and how many people will be in the audience. Less information is available when speaking to outside groups. Then seek out information such as the size of the group, age range, interests, goals, occupations, which could be incorporated into your remarks. Select the main ideas for the message. Selecting your main theme or your core idea should be done first. Then, gathering additional information will be in support of those core ideas. Your first list of core ideas may be disorganized or haphazard. Later you can select those ideas that are workable and offer a unified theme. Research the topic. It is obvious that you will not possess all information relating to your central theme. Thus, as in writing, you need to collect facts, data, and information. Your research may cause you to drop some of your initial ideas and add new ones. Organize the data and write the draft. After you have completed gathering your information, it is time to force some order on your information. As you do this, remember that a good speech has 3 parts: an introduction, a body, or text discussion, and a conclusion or summary. Introduction includes aim or purpose, lays out the direction of speech. Body includes evidence, data for your central theme. Summary reminds audience of the main idea covered in the body of talk. And conclusion draws inference from data. Create visual aids. A wide variety of visual aids can be used to help the appearance of oral presentation. Among these are maps, cutaway drawings, organizational charts, flow charts, photographs, and various design sketches. Rehearse the talk. By rehearsing, you will become more comfortable with your material and you can still revise where necessary. In rehearsing, keep in mind these issues. Always imagine the audience in front of you. Avoid long sentences and unusual words. Take each of the main points one at a time and learn to present each with supporting material as a unit. Include the visual aids you will use and in the margin, note where each aid should be used. Anticipate the questions from the audience, jot them on the paper, and consider thoughtful answers. Stop at the allotted time. Then cut and revise the speech accordingly until you can deliver it within the time limit, allowing also for a question and answer period. Ways of delivering the oral message. You have 4 options for speaking: extempore, reading, memorization, and impromptu. Extempore. This method is most preferred by audience and speakers. It allows a speaker to use notes or an outline. He or she usually may use 3 by 5 inch cards or a full sheet of paper as notes for the remarks. Reading. Major political figures and others who do not want to make a mistake read a manuscript. Memorization. Few speakers today memorize complete speeches. One of the risks of memorization is forgetting your precise words in front of an audience, which can decrease your credibility. Impromptu. Many of us are called upon at the last moment to offer comments. When you speak off the cuff, without preparation, without a forewarning that you will speak, you are speaking impromptu. Strategies for an effective oral delivery. One of your personal signature is your voice. Varying pitch, rate, and volume gives it more interest and appeal. Pitch. At its simplest level, pitch is the highness or lowness of your voice. In speaking, this pitch should be varied. Traditional problems in using pitch are monotone, high or low voice, and same word value. Monotone. It means speaking flatly and having no expressions. Lack of pitch variation may result in being called a monotone. High or low voice. Speakers should use different level of voice to be effective in the pitch and to avoid the plain voice. Same word value. By increasing or decreasing the voice at a specific word means that the speaker wants to emphasize on that word, and through this process, the meaning of the sentence is changed. For example, in the sentence, Shaquille, don't do that, you change, that is, raise your voice on the word written in italics. Rate. Most communication experts suggest that the range for public speakers lies between 80 to 160 words per minute. In more casual conversation, some people may range from 80 to 250 words per minute. Variation in rate is better than speaking at the same speed. Volume. Volume is the loudness or the softness of your voice. Contrast in emphasis. Contrast in emphasis involves using a louder or softer volume on certain words, certain part of your talk, and in certain ideas. Controlled breathing. Too frequently speakers breathe in low gasps. Breathe deeply. In fact, slow, deep breathing prior to speaking helps to decrease stage fright symptoms. Pronunciation. It is defined as the manner in which someone utters a word. We easily forgive pronunciation errors in foreign speakers than in native speakers. You are expected to be correct in the business world. Here are some suggestions for improving pronunciation. Listen to the educated and cultured people of your community. Try to consult a recent dictionary. Introduction to listening. Listening is half of oral communication, and it is a skill which should be taken very seriously. It is defined as the act of hearing attentively. You can learn a lot by just listening. According to Dumont and Lennon, listening is a complex and selective process of receiving, focusing, deciphering, accepting, and storing. These 5 processes are distinct but closely interrelated. Listening takes place only when all the processes are present. The first process, receiving, means hearing or receiving sounds. Focusing means paying attention to the sounds which are of interest and importance to the listener. Deciphering means assigning meaning or decoding the words received and focused upon. Accepting means interpreting the message as intended by the speaker. And storing means putting the accepted message in mind for future recall. Importance. Listening is a very important aspect of communication. Through listening, business people receive information, news, instructions, advice, suggestions, proposals, etc. In fact, listening is learning. An individual in business spends most of the working hours in listening and speaking. Therefore, listening plays a vital role in business. Good listening has manifold advantages for the listener and brings valuable results. Purpose of listening. Some of the main purposes of listening are to gain new ideas and information, to question and test evidence and assumption, to improve your own communication, to gain new ideas and information. We listen to the speaker to get information and knowledge. Some examples of this type of listening are teacher lecture in a class, informative indoctrination gives new employees background to a company, persuasive statements to clients give both information and reasons for buying, to question and test evidence and assumption. Often we listen to the speaker to ask some questions to verify our knowledge or to confirm our knowledge. Through this process, we make correction in our knowledge. To improve your own communication, we want to improve our way of speaking, and that is why we listen to different speakers and adopt the good qualities of the speakers. 10 Commandments for Good Listening. Stop talking. You cannot listen while you are talking. Put the speaker at ease. Create a permissive, supportive climate in which the speaker will feel free to express himself or herself. Show the speaker that you want to listen. Look and act interested. Don't ignore him while the speaker talks. Listen to understand rather than to reply. Remove distractions. External preoccupation is less likely if nothing external is present to preoccupy you. Empathize with the speaker. Patience makes you sober and worth speaking to. Try to put yourself in his place so that you can see his point of view. Be patient. Do not interrupt him. Allow plenty of time. Give the speaker time to finish. Don't interrupt. Hold your temper. An angry man gets the wrong meaning from words. He who angers you conquers you. Don't let your emotions obstruct your thoughts. Take it easy on argument and criticism. These put others on the defensive. They may clam up or become angry. Don't argue. If you win, you lose. Ask questions. If things are still unclear when a speaker has finished, ask questions which serve to clarify the intended meanings. It encourages the speaker and shows you are taking interest. Putting questions attracts the attention of the listener. Stop talking. This is the first and last commandment because all the others depend on it. You just can't do a good job of listening while you are talking. You learn only when you are not talking. Results of good listening. It permits mutual understanding between the speaker and the listener. It permits the speaker and the listener to improve communication because both are receptive to each other. It leads to positive attitudes. It shows the speaker that the listeners are interested. In turn, the speaker is motivated and encouraged to give his best presentation. It results in receiving useful information, enabling the listener to make accurate decisions, and it helps the speaker, especially in an interview, in talking about a problem. Faults in listening. Much information that you send orally is lost because of listeners' poor listening habits. In fact, studies agree that listening efficiency is no better than 25 to 30%. Here are some causes. Prejudice against the speaker. It means that the speaker does not match your mood or style. When the speaker conflicts with our attitudes, we are distracted. For example, can you maintain attention when the speaker's position, attitude, or belief is entirely contrary to your own? External distractions. Entire physical environment affects listening. Among the negative factors are noisy fans, poor or glaring lights, distracting background music, and overheated or cold rooms. Also, sitting near disturbing individuals in the audience might distract a listener's attention from the speaker's message. Thinking speed. The average speaking rate is about 125 words per minute, and a person's capacity to listen is about 400 to 600 words a minute, that is, thinking speed. Thus, while you are listening, about 75% of your time is free. In order to listen better, you must focus on what is being said rather than allowing yourself to be distracted by your environment or allowing your mind to wander. Premature evaluation. Sometimes it happens that the audience want to obtain the conclusion before time, that is, before ending the speech. Or at times they interrupt the speech or ask questions before time. Listen to what the speaker is saying until he or she is done. Semantic stereotypes. As certain kind of people bother us, so too their words. Some words cause negative reactions. We tune out the speaker because the word annoys us. It shouts so loudly in our brain that effective listening is impaired. Delivery. A monotone can readily put listeners to sleep or cause them to lose interest. Due to this, some people may become bored, uninterested, and critical of the message. Persuasive communication. Persuasive means influential, convincing, and winning. Administrators and managers have many opportunities to use persuasive communication. They should be persuasive when writing sales letters, promotional materials, labels for product packaging, advertisements, public relations articles for newspapers and other media, customer service reply letters, and dictation for correspondence. They use persuasive communication when giving speeches, when exhorting employees, when speaking at association meetings, when addressing the media, when rallying support for a cause, when closing a sale, when talking on the telephone, and when preparing radio or television advertisements. We communicate due to professional requirements and for personal connections. Persuasive communication has two basic components, that is, persuasive speaking and persuasive writing. Here we discuss elements and principles of persuasive speaking only. Elements of persuasive speaking. In this, consider these factors. Personal style. Knowing exactly how you appear to others is crucial if you have control over the impression you make. In personal style, appearance, movement, and general poise are important to consider. Voice as an image maker. The sound of your voice, its volume, clarity, pitch, flexibility, and quality combine to create an image. Through the use of audio and videotape, participants will learn the potential power inherent in the sound of the voice. Effective listening. No one can lead without listening well first. A good listener is a good speaker. Body language. Your professional success could well be linked to mastering the understanding and use of body language. Through role-playing, participants will learn to interpret body signals and will be able to monitor and control their own. Principles of persuasive speaking. In order to penetrate the countless stimuli, personal agendas, presupposition and political barriers that exist between the presenter and his audience, the persuasive communicator sculpts his presentation around these principles. People listen for their reasons, not yours. Speakers who understand the need of their audience may find themselves giving a brilliant presentation. The persuasive communicator is on a mission to tailor the message to the explicit needs. This requires a discovery of the values and needs of the prospects in order to shape the presentation to what they consider important. When the prospects identify an important feature or service that they will require, it is advised the communicator to ask, "Why is that important to you?" as a way of getting beyond the superficial and into a more intimate understanding of the client's needs and state of mind. People will support what they help create. Collaboration is a way to build sustainable relationships with clients. We should co-create strategies with prospects by taking an "I listen, you talk" approach. This involves 2 steps: asking good questions and managing silence. Good questions invite participation. Managing silence brings out the best responses. The communicator physically moves away from the spot he or she is standing in to create a vacuum. Psychologically, this tells the audience that it is now their turn to lead the discussion. Remaining silent during this time is crucial to evoking response. Everything communicates, and then some. People do judge you by the words you use. It is not only our words that people judge us by. Audience size up speakers by several criteria, including level of education, social status, energy level, likability, behavior, general appearance, and even desirability as a best friend or mate. However, they rate these criteria primarily through two channels: the speaker's voice and body language. The message is the message received. Message must be crafted for the audience. A flawless presentation will not win over prospects if they take away a different message than the one you hoped to convey. People fall into four categories when it comes to how they receive information. Initiators see the big, long picture. Thinkers are analytical and need things presented to them in logical, sequential order. Feelers understand through their emotional reactions, relying on their feelings more than on the facts of a presentation. And sensors are action-oriented, who get it and are ready to make it happen, often without considering all factors. Rehearsal with feedback is the key. Practice makes a man perfect. Rehearse your presentation before a group of people from your organization. If possible, comprise the group of people from each of the four personality types discussed earlier. If no one is available to help you, rehearse before a video camera. If you do not have a video camera, practice before a mirror. Nevertheless, remember to judge your presentation from the perspective of your audience, not your own subjective opinion. If you focus on creating comfort and confidence in your communication, yours will be the only name on the short list that ever mattered anyway. Unit number 8. Strategies for Successful Interpersonal Communication and Group Meetings. Unit Overview. This unit focuses on some principles relating to dyadic communication and then offers suggestions on handling three common forms of interpersonal communication: interviewing, telephoning, and dictating. In this unit, you will improve your understanding and ability about face-to-face communication. Objectives. After studying this unit, you will be able to perform face-to-face communication more effectively, achieve the objectives of interpersonal communication, whether that is interviewing, telephoning, or dictating, prepare agenda and minutes of meeting. Introduction to interpersonal communication. Interpersonal communication is face-to-face communication between two or more people with the opportunity for immediate feedback. Hence, both sender and receiver affect one another. The feedback loop involves oral and non-verbal responses and is immediate rather than delayed as in written communication. Interpersonal communication is important because of the functions it achieves. Various functions of interpersonal communication are: gaining information. One reason we engage in interpersonal communication is that we can gain knowledge about other individuals so that we can interact with them more effectively. Building a context of understanding. We also engage in interpersonal communication to help us better understand what someone says in a given context. The words we say can mean very different things depending on how they are said or in what context. Interpersonal needs. We engage in interpersonal communication because we need to express and receive interpersonal needs, inclusion, control, and affection. Inclusion is the need to establish identity with others. Control is the need to exercise leadership and prove one's abilities. And affection is the need to develop relationships with people. Dyadic communication. We define dyad as two persons seeking to exchange information. Of course, that may occur within a meeting, but here we focus on personal one-to-one interaction. Communication that is unidirectional lacks feedback. In this figure, speaker A sends message to receiver B and receives little feedback. B in turn sends that message to listener C, again with little feedback. That is not good interpersonal communication. The next figure shows a more purposeful dyadic exchange. So we can say that dyadic communication is two-way. Feedback is immediate. In this interchange, both persons have a perception of themselves, either accurate or erroneous. Regardless of those perceptions, we are most open with those closest to us and less so with our partners in a business environment. Interviewing. An important aspect of oral communication is interviewing. It is a conversation with purpose and uses all the types of communication, speaking, listening, writing. Notes are made during the interview, and even some reading. Some written material may be used during or after the interview. Interview is an interpersonal communication where information is passed on to and sought from the candidate. It is a face-to-face meeting. The purpose may be to give and elicit views, opinions, and information. Types of interview. Interviews may be of different types. Some of the important types of interviews are selection and job interview. Its purpose is to select suitable candidates for appointment. As employers become more and more selective, realizing the advantage of good staff, job interviews have become more important than ever. Vocational guidance interview. Very often, academic institutes or some specialized bodies conduct interviews to help individuals find their best vocation or occupation or profession. This is gradually becoming popular in developing countries as well as in developed ones. Instructional, training, and counseling interview. Very often, existing employees are given some special or new assignment. An interview is the best possible way to train and instruct an employee for the proposed assignment. Counseling interview is conducted to help an employee solve some official or personal problem. Appraisal interview. Appraisal interviews are conducted to evaluate and appraise the performance of the employees. Such interviews encourage the employees to give better performance in future. Clinical interview. Sometimes emotionally disturbed people are patients of clinical psychologists. The doctor or psychotherapist may require several meetings with the patient to solve the problem. Such meeting takes the shape of an interview which serves as treatment. Survey interview. Survey is done to find out marketing data and related problems. Personal discussions along with prepared questionnaire is used for survey interview. In field research area, such interviews are very common to collect information. Patterned interview. The most common type of interview is the patterned interview. It is considered most effective in getting truthful responses from the candidate and in forming an acute judgment about his or her potential or suitability for a specific job. Telephoning. The telephone may be one of the most powerful, efficient, and cost-effective business tool you have at your disposal. Whether you use the phone for customer service or for sales calls as part of telemarketing strategy, telephone manners and etiquette are critical components of a professional image. Through experience, you'll develop your own telephone style. You'll also find customers and prospects responding positively when you and your employees smile, listen, and show personal interest. These tips will help you use your telephone tool to its fullest. Know your specific purpose. Have some questions in mind. It is better to have one central purpose. Know the person you are calling and the best time to call. Answer the phone pleasantly and maintain a pleasant demeanor while on the phone. Take notes. Have before you pertinent papers of previous correspondence or summaries of previous discussions. Listen and respond to the person on the other end of the line. When you focus on them rather than on what you are going to say next, the phone call becomes much more conversational. Attend the telephone on first ring. Evaluate your telephone voice. Your voice is your personality over the telephone. It makes an immediate impression that can portray you as friendly or distant, confident or timid, spontaneous or mechanical, relaxed or nervous. So how do you come across over the phone? Record yourself while on phone and evaluate these attributes. Pitch. Is your voice too shrill or strained? Do you speak in a monotone? In normal speech, pitch varies. These variations are known as inflection. The more inflection you use, the more interesting your tone of voice is. Volume. Check the volume or loudness of your voice. Is it too soft or too loud? Often when people are tired or upset, their voices tend to fade and they will be asked to speak up. Rate. If you speak too slowly, you are likely to lose the attention of the listener. Conversely, your listener won't be able to follow you if you speak too rapidly. In either case, your message won't get through. Quality. Quality of your voice is its most distinctive and individual characteristic. This is where the essence of warmth, understanding, and liability come into play. Smiling as you speak enhances your vocal quality. Being angry, upset, or in a hurry negatively affects your vocal quality. Articulation. You must pronounce your words very clearly or your listeners will misunderstand you. Faulty articulation and incorrect word pronunciation give your listener an impression that you are careless and lack knowledge. How to use the telephone more effectively. The telephone is effective when used efficiently, sparingly, and within the framework of a plan. This list summarizes some tested guidelines for making the phone a tool that works best for you. Know the purpose of your call. Know the audience you are calling. Start off right. Use names whenever possible. Pay attention and be aware of your tone. Listen carefully. Avoid initiating major business if possible. Avoid confrontation. Be assertive, not aggressive. And conduct a verbal review. Dictating. It is defined as to say or read out something for someone else to write down. Dyadic communication is direct communication between two persons. Dictation is oral communication between two people but with a twist. You speak to someone either directly or via some electronic device. Your goal often is to have someone else type a communication that will be sent to an addressee. Shorthand is falling by the wayside. In its place is the spoken word recorded on the many kinds of electronic devices for transcription later. Suggestions for dictating. Your approach will vary little from preparing for a telephone call. Here too, you collect information, plan for your specific purpose, organize ideas clearly, and speak in a firm, clear voice. What you do additionally is give more instruction to the stenographer transcribing your word onto paper. We offer 7 suggestions. Give the precise name, address of the individual to whom the message is to be sent. Speak clearly. Be careful with plurals. Spell unusual words or names when using them for the first time. Suggest punctuation. Avoid side comments. Dictate at a slower rate of speech. End with a suggestion regarding the time you will need the recorded information and state where you can be reached. Meetings. These are formally arranged gatherings. We cannot run our professional life without meetings. Meetings allow us to share our knowledge and know-how. They improve the performance of individual skills. Combined brains and concerted efforts are more effective and more productive than individual contributions. Meetings satisfy a deep instinct in all of us to communicate with others and to share common problems, opinions, attitudes. So we had better reconcile ourselves to the fact that there is no substitute for meetings. To repeat, there is no adequate substitute for meetings, and therefore we must strive to make our meetings more successful and perhaps even more enjoyable. A meeting can be defined as a gathering of 3 or more people sharing common objectives where communication, verbal or written, is the primary means of achieving those objectives. Objectives of meetings. All meetings, however, have one or more of these objectives. To reach decisions as a body on policy or for executive action. To help someone make a decision. To give advice to another person or to a body. To inform. To obtain information or to pool information. To solve a problem. And to throw up new or creative ideas. Agenda. It is a list of all matters and other business to be raised and discussed at a meeting. Successful meeting can only be conducted with an adequate agenda, the program of the meeting. A well-planned agenda is necessary and it should be sent to the members at least a week before the meeting. Purpose of agenda. To inform the members of the date, time and place of the meeting, to give them time to prepare their information, material, etc. so that they are ready to discuss the items on the agenda. Most agendas follow a conventional pattern with these headings: apologies for absence, correspondence, minutes of last meeting, matters arising from the minutes, these items if important may be listed, motions, matters to be discussed, special reports, it may be necessary to place this earlier in the agenda, and any other business. The agenda is normally drafted by the secretary in consultation with the chairman, and it is circulated at least a week before the meeting with any necessary papers, minutes of the last meeting, etc. Minutes of meeting. Minutes, written detailed statements, are kept of each meeting by the secretary. The responsibility of the secretary is to note all the discussion on the agenda by all the participants present in the meeting. Minutes carry time, date, place, and duration of the meeting, who spoke, on what, decisions taken, decisions not taken, etc. The minutes should be factually correct with no omission. It is therefore wise to write them as soon as possible after the meeting while all the facts and details are fresh in the mind. Use simple language and avoid business letter jargon. Avoid the overuse of the passive voice. Prefer the short familiar words to the long and unfamiliar. Use short sentences and write the minutes as an account of what happened, what was said, what was decided. Keep the same headings as on the agenda and use plenty of headings and subheadings so that members can quickly find relevant information. Types of meeting. 3 kinds of meetings are used to present information and help solve problems. Informational meeting. Here, the purpose is to inform the participants about some developments or changes. These meetings are easy to lead and to participate. As the purpose is to transmit or exchange information, there is no scope of any argument or disagreement. Information meetings seek only to clarify, to make something clear, to give information. In such meetings, the members learn, ask and understand various questions. No problems are solved and no recommendations are given. The basic purpose of such a meeting is to inform the participants and make them understand that particular information. Examples: retirement planning for those over the age of 50, report on the company's strategic plans for the next fiscal year, changes in reporting procedures in the purchasing department. Suggestion-giving meeting. In this type of meeting, the leader or manager presents suggested solution for discussing and debate. All the participants take part in the discussion and present their ideas. The suggested solution is adopted with a sense of participation. In this type, various preliminary views prior to the final recommendation are brought together and discussed. In short, all the problems are collectively discussed in the meeting and comments on different suggestions are made. The meeting is exploratory and informational. In the end, a final recommendation is prepared for higher approval or group consensus. Problem-solving meeting. The purpose of such a meeting is to solve the problem or to take a decision. These meetings require great tact, skill, and other leadership qualities on the part of the leader. Here, there is much scope for argument and disagreement. Proper guidance is essential for the success of problem-solving meeting. These meetings, as evident from the name, are used to solve the problems generated from previous meetings. The steps involved include: major problem is presented early in the meeting. Participants suggest solutions, discussing and evaluating them. Participants arrive at a decision for further action. Planning steps for the problem-solving meeting. Before the conference or meeting. To accomplish his objective, the leader of a meeting must follow certain planning steps. Analyze the problem and determine the objective of the conference. It refers to the agenda. It must be important, useful, timely, and interesting to the participants. The members of the conference should be informed about the agenda in advance so that they may be familiar with the discussion. Decide who the participants will be. Relevant members prepared for the conference should be invited and informed well ahead of time. Their interest in the topic should be stimulated by showing its importance and by giving some reference materials and background explanation. Arrange the venue including place, date and time. Consider the suitable day, date and time along with the place the conference or meeting is going to be held. Physical arrangements. The leader should take care of the physical arrangements of the conference or meeting place. Comfortable seating arrangements, proper air conditioning or heating, and microphone system are essential requisites of a successful conference meeting. A congenial, peaceful atmosphere helps and encourages good discussion. During the meeting, while conducting a conference, particularly a problem-solving meeting, the leader should observe some procedures. Strict punctuality is a must for a responsible deliberation. Introduce the topic or the purpose of the meeting. Introduction of the topic in the beginning is very important. The problem or the topic should be introduced clearly and concisely. It may incorporate importance of the discussion. Encourage and stimulate discussion. It is the responsibility of the leader to stimulate discussion. He or she should encourage the members to take active part in the discussion. To achieve this objective, first the leader must show his own interest and enthusiasm for the topic. Sort, select, and interpret the data. The leader must sort out, select, and interpret these data and arrange them in proper sequence. Direct and motivate. The leader must see to it that the discussion moves in the proper direction and the participants are motivated to arrive at a consensus. If it becomes obvious that agreement on certain points is not possible, the leader should summarize the points of agreement, leaving out the points in disagreement for future consideration. This will help to end the conference on a positive note. State the conclusion, move the resolution. At the end of the conference, the leader should move a resolution or present a solution. Here, the statement should not begin with I, but with you. As you suggested, as you have agreed, etc. The final result of the conference should give an impression of cooperation, consent, and collective effort. After the conference or meeting, follow the necessary after the conference or meeting. It requires the distribution of minutes of meetings, interpreting the name of organization or documents, date, time, and place of meeting, attendance of participant or visitors, summary of reports, solution or suggestion or resolution adopted, and appointment of committees or individuals to carry out the action. Methods of solving problems in meetings. Generally, these approaches are used to solve problems in meetings. Intuition. It refers to rapid insight to the problem. Rationalization. Justification of the solution over a certain period of time. Reflective thinking. Logical progression to arrive at a particular answer. Steps used for solving problems in meetings. Background analysis. Discovery of solution. Evaluation of solution. And implementation of solution. Background analysis. First, state the problem in an affirmative tone because negative wordings create anxiety and could imply a preliminary judgment. Discovery of solution. The next step is to define and limit the problem, then collect facts on the history of the problem by analyzing questions such as for how long the problem existed, the possible causes and effects of the problem, the symptoms of the problem, how do other companies handle the problem, and the extent of the problem. The background material gained will form a basis for the discovery of the right solution. Evaluation of solution. The next step is to evaluate all the suggestions in the light of the established criteria. During this process, you explore every aspect of the proposed solution and check for its viability. Finally, a consensus or a formal vote is conducted to determine which solution is to be accepted. Implementation of solution. In the last stage, before implementation of the proposed solution, certain factors are kept in mind. These include cost of implementation. Participants' responsibilities in meetings. As a participant, you are in a position to make a significant contribution to the success of the meeting you attend. All you need is a tactful way to ask questions and offer suggestions. A productive participant does these. Before the meeting, check your data, confirm your conclusion, be on time, and collect relevant information. During the meeting, clarify as a question if the issue is not clear. Contribute by giving accepted facts and options. Try to keep the discussion moving by keeping persons interested and motivated. Try to avoid deadlocks by suggesting possible compromises. Help others, invite participants and ask for contribution from those who are more silent. Tactfully suggest new ideas containing correct information. Tactfully bring back the group to the central topic if the group deviates from the topic. After the meeting, fulfill the responsibilities placed upon you. Unit 9, Job Application Process. Unit Overview. This unit explains the job application process and takes you through the steps necessary to prepare you for doing a good self and company assessment in landing a job. Here we focus on self and market assessment and recommend vital inclusions in a well-formed resume and cover letter. Objectives. After studying this unit, you will be able to know the functions and characteristics of job applications, prepare job application letter, prepare resume, know your responsibilities as interviewee and interviewer, and make successful negotiations with your prospective employee. Job application process. The process of job application is a kind of sales letter or sales promotion activity. The applicant or writer offers his services as a product. To get a suitable job, the candidate must be able to present effectively the facts about his character, personality, ability, and experience. A job letter must have all the elements required for a successful and effective sales message. Of course, the object of a job letter is not to get a post immediately, but to secure an interview with the prospective employer or buyer. The applicant aspires to secure the position through interviews. The first thing the applicant should do in the job application process is pursuing a self-assessment, that means knowing himself. Take time to list skills, accomplishments, and personal values. Self-assessment. Who are you? This is not a simple question. A cursory answer is that you already know who you are, but beyond your surface awareness lie deeper qualities which, when evaluated, prepare you for landing job, your skills, achievements, interests, and even personal values. Being aware of these qualities allow you to better sell your products yourself. Know your skills. Applicant should understand his characteristics, qualities, skills, and potential. He has to describe skills that will give the impression that he is a dynamic person. Know your accomplishments. No matter how young or old you are, you have already accomplished something. Again, stating those accomplishments is a good way to profile your accomplishments, show the result of your specific achievement, as for instance, winning the scholarship award allowed me to travel to Europe. Speaking French and Spanish allowed me to head a student study group to Europe. Know your interest. Analyzing your interests, performance, and attitudes can help you determine in what type of job you can use your skills. Which job have I enjoyed the most? Why? Do I prefer working with figures, machine, people, or ideas? What do I like to do with my free time? Which things have brought me high satisfaction? Which hobbies do I enjoy the most? Know your personal values. Values can be applied to jobs and what you seek to get from them. Look at these descriptions. Each has value attached to it. A desire to help people, a desire to work with them in a personal manner, a concern to make the world a better place to live in. A wish to face risk. You would have to be willing to travel and be concerned with exciting tasks. A dislike for a desk. You would rather be involved in outdoor or physical activity. With above description, order of values are altruism, adventure, and physical activity. These important points must be borne in mind while applying for a job. Remember that the immediate objective of your application is not to secure the job, but to get an interview letter. Highlight your qualities in a subtle manner. Give the complete particulars as desired by the prospective employer in a simple and straightforward manner. Avoid using stereotyped sentences like hoping for the favor of an early reply, assuring of my best services, etc. Type the application neatly and correctly. The format should be that of a business letter. Always set the original typed copy and not the duplicate copy. Types of job applications. There are two types of job applications: solicited, unsolicited. Solicited applications. A solicited job application is written in response to an advertisement from the employer. In such application, the applicant knows that an opening exists and the employer wants to fill it. The writer also knows that he or she possesses the qualification and experience required for the job. One difficulty with solicited letters is that the employer is sure to receive a large number of applications. Therefore, to be considered favorably, the writer must write one of the best applications. Unsolicited application. An unsolicited job application is written when there is no advertisement that an opening exists. In unsolicited application, the writer does not have to compete with others, and he or she can send the same letter to many prospective employers. The main problem with unsolicited job application is that the writer must determine the qualifications and experiences in which the employer will be most interested. Functions of job application. As job applications are intended to sell the writer's services, these should be organized like sales letters. These are the functions of job applications. To draw favorable attention. This is done by giving the application a good physical appearance and by a striking opening. To create desire. A job application should create desire in the reader's mind for the writer's service. This is achieved by an orderly plan of presentation and by an interesting, vivid description of the writer's qualifications for the job. To implant conviction. In this age of too much competition, it is not easy to sell something. Therefore, the prospective employer must be convinced that the services of the writer are worth having. This objective can be achieved by giving specific details, by letters of recommendation, by names of referees, and by results of aptitude test. To stimulate action. The ultimate object of a job application is to secure a position. Before achieving this aim, a face-to-face talk is essential. Therefore, a job application should close with a request for an interview. This request should be made in such a polite and tactful manner that it stimulates action on the part of the prospective employer. Characteristics of a job application. The job application, along with the resume, is the first introduction of a candidate with his or her prospective employer. Therefore, while preparing a job application, besides observing the 7 C's principles, these guidelines should also be kept in mind. The writer should present the message concisely, clearly, honestly, and with consideration for the reader. He or she should give specific, positive, and pertinent information relative to the job applied for. The individuality of the writer should be reflected in the writing. It should not look like a copied message or a message written by an employment agency. He or she should use an appropriate business-like approach. The tone and style should show friendliness but not familiarity. As a matter of policy, salary should not be discussed unless specifically asked for in the advertisements for the post. In describing himself or herself or the product, the writer should adopt modesty. Exaggerated claims and overuse of I should be avoided. The writer should make the appearance of the application attractive and pleasing. He or she should triple check for accuracy of facts, punctuation, grammar, and spelling. He or she should use good judgment in mailing the application. The job application should reach before the deadline. Resume process. The resume refers to a biodata of the applicant or writer. Previously, resume was given in the body of the job application, but in modern times, resume is given separately and the letter contains only a few and the most important information. This separate sheet of paper bearing the heading Resume, Biodata or CV, Curriculum Vitae, gives a general and detailed information about the applicant's education, experience, achievements and activities that will benefit prospective employer. Resume works like a visual and helps the reader understand the biodata of the applicant. Employees like the resume because it gives, in a convenient form, complete information about the candidate. Resume contents. The topics treated in the resume include the following information, though the sequence may vary to suit the particular situation and qualifications of the applicant. Introduction. It gives the reader a general picture of who you are, what you want, what you have to offer, and when can you be contacted. Job or career objectives. Based on your self-assessment and an analysis of the job market, you should use a single sentence for stating your goal. Such a statement may be general or specific. General, if you know your functional area of interest. Specific, if you desire more precision combining the functional area with an industry. General goal statement can be an entry-level sales position, an assistance in a brand management area, an entry-level position in institutional lending. Specific goal statement can be an entry-level sales position in automotive parts, an assistant in brand management in the food industry, an entry-level position in the lending section of the savings and loan industry. Education. It includes names of educational institutions attended, certificates, diplomas, degrees obtained with grades, divisions, major and optional courses, achievements, years, places, etc. Work experience. The fourth section of a resume is usually devoted to work experience. Here you include information that helps employers evaluate whether you have the necessary background for a current position. Clearly, work experience similar to that for which you are applying indicates you like the type of work in question. List your jobs in reverse chronological order. Put the present or most recent one first. Keep in mind these points. Give the name, location, and dates of employment for each company. Insert your position and title, if any, besides each company. Use verbs that show your major accomplishments while working for each company. Be precise as to the results of your work experience. Achievements, awards, activities. Receiving any award deserves to be mentioned in the resume. It includes published material, fluency in foreign languages, speaking awards, hobbies, sports, games, and defense services, etc. Personal data. It may include age, date of birth, height, weight, marital status, nationality, domicile, religion, etc. References. It includes the names or addresses of at least 2 responsible persons unrelated to the applicant who can verify the applicant's antecedent. Employers today often ask prior to or just after an interview for a list of references. Including a long list of individuals in a resume is becoming less usual. Follow these guidelines. Limit your list to 3 individuals, complete with information about where they may be reached via phone, fax, letter, or email. Avoid including relatives as references. Choose individuals such as former work supervisors, professors, teachers, colleagues, or business friends. And be sure you have the permission of the individual whose name you use as a reference. Cover letter to resume. In this letter, you tell the prospective employer what can you do for him or her and why you feel you are qualified. Cover letter has one purpose: to attract the interest of your prospective employer to give you a job interview. Resume cover much material. Cover letters focus on precise points. Write one-page application letter consisting of opening, middle paragraph, and last paragraph. In the opening section, we stress the importance of aim, making clear your central purpose. In the middle paragraph, persuade your reader that you have necessary job qualification. In this, your emphasis is on how you can be helpful to the employer. In the last paragraph, you ask for action. Here, more than in other parts of letter, use first person singular I. In this, you ask for an interview and say you will come to the employer's office when he or she suggests. Interview. As discussed earlier, an interview is one of the more common forms of dyadic communication, which is often one-to-one. You and your partner seek to solve a problem, inform, and even persuade. These general purposes are formed in invitations, such as seeking a position, informing about job requirements, solving a company problem, counseling an employee, and evaluating an employee. Interview purposes. As we stated earlier, interpersonal communication is purposeful. As you can see on your screen, some interview situations can be: purpose, seeking position, procedure, candidates speak with company representative. Example: Recruiter meets with graduating students or job seekers. Information on job. Job requirements are stated as based on job description or job experience. Senior member or boss meets with new employee early in job experience. Solving problem. Facts are collected, options reviewed, decision is made. Employer talks with successful employee who is abrasive. Supporting solution. Information is collected and arguments are planned to persuade. Manager persuades employee who is opposed to recommendation. Counseling employee. Facts are used to support contention that employee needs help. Employee accused of drug abuse on the job is presented with treatment options. Evaluating employee. Job performance review form is discussed. Supervisor makes yearly review of employee. Gathering information. Data are gathered on why employees leave. Emphasis is on events and not personalities. Manager conducts exit interview. Interviewee's responsibilities. Considerable literature, articles, books, videotapes is readily available for a detailed discussion of the role you play in the process of seeking a job. To be effective, interviews require preparation beforehand, efficient, thoughtful procedure during the discussion, and follow-up afterwards. We suggest 3 stages in an interview process. Preparation before job interview. Thorough preparation is essential. Go through these steps to ensure success at the interview. Understand yourself. A rational self-assessment of your strengths and weaknesses is a must. Know details about available position. Review how your skills relate to the open position. Do homework on company. Analyze the firm. Rehearse possible questions. Brainstorm issues, questions. Speak with insiders. Learn from alumni, from others familiar with the company. Procedure during the job interview. Give positive first impression. Offer a warm handshake. Give a pleasant smile. State your understanding of the interview. Organize your answers. Think of stating a thesis or claim and then supporting that position with data or evidence as you do in writing or formal speaking. Listen. This task is difficult because you may desire to do most of the talking. Avoid confrontation. Ask thoughtful questions about the company or about the position. Offer a conclusion at the end of the session. Who, what, when, where, and possibly why. Obtain agreement on those conclusions. Follow up after the job interview. If there were specific actions to be accomplished, do so promptly. If you are to provide additional information, offer it to the interviewer. If a thank you note is required, send it within a day or so. Interviewer's responsibilities. This section presents detailed suggestions for the interviewer or recruiter who interviews job applicants. Recruiters often have 4 goals. Help evaluate job qualification. Determine the oral communication ability of the interviewee. Can the interviewee think off the cuff in a cogent and logical manner? Give the applicant essential facts about the job and company, and establish goodwill on behalf of the company. Interviewer's preparation before interview. Interviews must be carefully planned and prepared, as judgment made by interviewer and interviewee is often subjective. At times, an interviewer may not have the skills to conduct an interview, or he or she may lack the understanding required for the particular interview. The interviewer should plan the interview in this manner. Interviewer should be absolutely sure about the purpose or objective of the interview, as knowing the purpose is an essential prerequisite of any good communication. Interviewer should have a clear picture of the company's organizational structure, the specific requirement of the job, situation, or problem for which interview is being conducted. The material to be used during the interview should be prepared in advance, questions to be asked, information to be passed on, and sought to should be sorted out. In case of employment interview, same set of questions should be asked to all candidates for the same post. In such interviews, the interviewer should know the prevailing laws or regulations for employment. The venue of the interview should be peaceful, comfortable, and congenial. Computer interview. The personal on-campus interview still dominates, yet as costs increase to meet candidates face-to-face or in video conferencing techniques, some initial effort is being given to computer conferencing. Basic technological aids needed include a high-speed telephone line and on each end a computer, a small camera, a microphone, and some software. Both the candidate and the interviewer sit at their computers and via a split screen can speak to each other and even pinpoint sections of the resume. Your school and even some companies may be in the process of signing up for this interactive system. Suggestions for the computer interview. Stephen Miller offers 7 suggestions for a computer interview. Try out the equipment beforehand. Avoid excessive movement. Use an audio and visual check before beginning. Dress as if the interview were live, person to person. Operate on the assumption that everything you say will be heard. Avoid high contrast clothing. Small cameras have difficulty with contrast. Try to relax. Successful negotiation. If all your preparation for landing a job were successful, one final stage has to be realized: negotiating your final compensation package. Take time to review the salary and benefits package of comparable position before you begin an interview. Most likely, the individual who was the lead interviewer will first make an oral offer. Remember, this is only the first step. Usually such a verbal or oral offer mentions the starting salary, a signing bonus if any, the job title, basic benefits, and possibly the person to whom you will report and a suggested starting date. The person making this initial offer then has the responsibility of sending a formal written description of the offer. The more data you possess prior to negotiating, the better equipped you will be for arriving at a package desirable to you and acceptable to your new employer.